Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here, happy to see you. I'm very, very honored to have you in this place. I am by the name Robert Benon Jurua. I work with the Uganda Law Society. We are very honored to have your presence in here today. We are gathered here for a very, very interesting and mind-boggling discussion, and we are here to try to help each other understand what we are going to term today as a very interesting line of discussion to do with consumer protection and competition. Today, we are in the House on the way to launch a policy comment report on digital markets competition regulation in Uganda. We are very honored to have you present here. We are here in the presence of different multi-sectoral players and representatives, which we don't take for granted. Making time for such auspicious discussions is not something that can be taken for granted. I love the beautiful faces. I thank you that we are also able to have something to bite as we begin the day. As we are all aware, we have a number of guests and distinguished guests that are coming in. We are hoping that within the next short time, we shall have a full house. But in the meantime, we can see beautiful faces of those that have kept time. We thank you so much. We are also going to take cognizance of the few different people that are here that have been able to organize this function. And the first and most important, without taking anything from those that are going to be introduced later, is Ad Ligo, which is behind the discussion and behind the organization of this function, a non-profit consumer advocacy organization whose mission is to promote consumer protection, combat consumer fraud, deceptive advertising, and unfair competition through legal actions, which is not something that is very simple, because in this world that we are, in the third world that we are, country, as we are growing, this is a very critical juncture because technology is starting to take over, AI is beginning to take over, and without a doubt, we have already been beneficiaries of AI and whatever we're going to be discussing in our individual capacities, at our homes, in our families, at our different workplaces. We have seen how AI has transformed business in Uganda. The reason for meeting today is to discuss a few things that are going to help to contribute to the aspect of digital markets, as well as discuss the frameworks that are affecting or informing us in our aspect of discussing. We have with us different organizations and partners, like it is very obvious on the screen with us. And one of them, very, very critically to be recognized, in the Uganda Law Society, that is present with us, whose mandate is captured from the Uganda Law Society Act to help and aid government and different organizations in matters administration and legal. And for that matter, we are privileged to have representation from the Uganda Law Society, as well as different stakeholders, as we shall find out over time. Without further ado, we have a program that is going to roll immediately after I have left the stage, having introduced the different individuals. We are going to have remarks from Ad Ligo. We shall have opening remarks from the CEO of Uganda Law Society, and thereafter we shall have a brief presentation of the report. Thereafter we shall officially launch the report that is going to usher us into the discussion that we are going to have in form of panels. And we are very privileged to take note that our panelists are in the house, albeit one or two are yet coming. We are very sure that each individual who is here has been recognized and knows the purpose, and therefore has the program. But nonetheless, as soon as we have launched the report, we shall be in position to begin our panel discussion. For your information, over time, there is a Wi-Fi password for those that have just arrived. Please feel free and abreast yourself with the information that is going to be moving on. We're having an online people watching over us with different social media platforms. We have X, we have YouTube, and different social media platforms. So we're also very grateful to have you around. We know this is the time that we are using to showcase what Uganda has in regard to digital markets. So those that are online joining us, we are so grateful to have you with us. We shall be engaging those that are online. Some of our panel discussion members are online, so let us not be surprised that we shall have such kind of discussions. Without further ado, I am going to welcome a member from Ad Ligo, that is Mr. Aziz, who's going to give us, I think Luke is going to come and give us opening remarks from Ad Ligo so that we can delve into the next agenda item. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Ad Ligo, I take this opportune moment to say a good morning to our esteemed guests. We are delighted to have you and to host you to this thought-triggering discussion. And I thank the Lord who has enabled you to travel safely and be part of this conference and discussion as we launch our long-term due report on the regulation of digital markets that are actually taking root. And as we all know, digitization, digital markets, the digital economy is taking a very fast growing route. We are so delighted to have you all in your respective capacities. The report we are launching today is not merely research. It's not only research. It's a timely contribution to the ongoing discussion on how to regulate digital markets, the digital economy, digital platforms, and how stakeholders, players, and consumers can ably participate without necessarily being unfair, non-competitive, but remaining relevant, fairly trading, and legally competing with one another. As we all know, the report was made pursuant to the newly enacted law, which is still new to the minds of so many people, not only consumers, but players and many stakeholders. So the report we are launching today gives us an opportunity to trigger discussions on how digital markets can be approached by regulators, the stakeholders who play a critical role in service provision, and the consumers who actually are the beneficiaries, are the end users of the services provided online on the online platforms. We as Ad Ligo, it's our honor and privilege to have had a hand in bringing this discussion to light. It's an area where so many minds are still not, still fresh. It's an area where so many people are not well acquainted with the dynamics. Even the players themselves are still trying to see how to go about the law, and the regulators are also trying to see how best they can cope up with the fast-growing market. Elsewhere in other markets, in other economies, we've had so many discussions going on, so many laws enacted, so many regulations. But as Uganda, how are we supposed to move forward and cope up with digitization? It's a fast-moving area of concern. As Ad Ligo, we are so privileged to have had a first contribution to this kind of discussion. To our panelists and discussants, we are so honored for the time, the thoughts you have given us, and the guidance you've rendered to us. Going forward,
that is also a partner, like we said, with whom Ad Ligo is working, as well as other partners that we shall keep to recognize. And in the meantime, let's hear from Miss Afra Appeal, who is in representation of the Uganda Law Society CEO, with her opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. My name is Apio Afra. I'm the head rule of law, Uganda Law Society. I'm here this morning to represent the CEO, Uganda Law Society, Ms. Christina Worry, who is not able to be with us this morning owing to another equally important engagement. I will go ahead to read her opening remarks verbatim. It is my honor to officially welcome you to the launch of the Policy Comment Report, Digital Markets, Competition Regulation in Uganda, the Future. On behalf of Uganda Law Society, I extend our sincere appreciation to Ad Ligo for organizing this event and bringing together such a diverse and thoughtful audience. I am deeply honored and humbled to be here. As Uganda Law Society, we are guided by our statutory mandate under Section 3E of the Uganda Law Society Act, Cap 305, which is to assist the government and the courts in all matters affecting legislation and the administration and practice of law in Uganda. This mandate makes today's conversation very close to our hearts. The digital economy The digital economy is rapidly evolving. Yet for many of us, including policymakers, lawyers, consumers, and even regulators, this is still unfamiliar territory. New technologies, business models, and digital platforms are reshaping how we live, work, and engage in commerce. But while the pace of innovation is impressive, it also comes with real risks, such as risks to competition, consumer welfare, and economic fairness. That is why efforts such as this are not just important, they are necessary. We therefore applaud Ad Ligo for stepping up and contributing to this crucial policy dialogue. Your work is especially admirable given that you're still a relatively young organization, yet already pushing boundaries in research and advocacy. The digital space in Uganda is still a work in progress. Many of the rules and safeguards we need are yet to be developed, and many of our institutions are still catching up. That is why we must all work together as legal practitioners, economists, technologists, civil society, and government to ensure that innovation does not come at the cost of fairness and consumer protection. As Uganda Law Society, we are committed to supporting initiatives that advance the rule of law, human rights-centered legislation, and access to justice even in spaces as complex and new as the digital economy. We hope to positively contribute to the discussion today. Before I conclude, allow me to take a moment to recognize and thank Mr. Chitaka Aziz, the founder of Ad Ligo. I have had the pleasure of working with Aziz at Uganda Law Society, and I can confidently say his work ethic is truly exceptional. He is an innovator, and he's always pushing the boundaries of what is possible. He challenges himself to grow, to improve, and to lead with purpose. Personally, I have learned a lot from him, and today I am so proud to have been invited to speak at the launch of a policy report by a company he founded. It's a full circle moment. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is not just a report launch, but a conversation starter, a platform for reflection, and a call to action on how we can reshape Uganda's digital economy to be inclusive, fair, and forward-looking. I encourage each of us to be part of this journey, to share insights, and commit to playing a role in building a more just and innovative digital future for Uganda. Once again, congratulations to the team at Ad Ligo, and thank you for the commendable work you have put into compiling this report. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Afra, for those beautiful words that have come from the CEO's report. We thank you so much once again. And Aziz and Ad Ligo are like conjoined twins. He has made sure that Ad Ligo name has entered all our brains, and we don't take it for granted. It is in this same regard that he is going to be our next presenter with a brief presentation of the report in representation of the task force. And that is also because we have our individual, very, very distinguished individual who is going to launch that report, that is going to usher us into the discussion, and the panel discussion is going to take place after that. We are going to invite Mr. Aziz, who has just received flowers, to come and take us through this journey very briefly about the report, and then thereafter we shall launch the report as we have discussed. Thank you so much. Aziz, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, our MC and the CEO. Thank you so much for those wonderful words that you presented. I'm going to be brief because I believe this is not our event. It's basically the event of our panelists who are going to expound more on what we reported. This is not just a launch of the findings of the report, but it's an opportunity for us to reflect on certain things, challenge ourselves, and see how we can work together so that we can bring digital market regulation, specifically in competition matters, to life. Thank you so much, the media team. I'll go through the presentation right away. As Ad Ligo, as part of our advocacy initiatives to push competition and consumer protection, regulation and law forward, we constituted a task force which had I myself, Mr. Luke Kamoga, ISJ Patience, and Mr. Miriam Nicholas. This report was reviewed. It went through a series of review, and the first series were dedicated to Miss Vela Kedogo from Kenya, and she's an expert in competition, policy and regulation with over 10 years experience in the industry. The next series of review went through Dr. Anthea Pielo, who has a lot of experience in financial inclusion, competition and economic regulation. And then we had the regulator's eye, which was the final one, and that was given by Mr. Sam Watasa from the Competition Commission, COMESA Competition Commission, and he also helped the ministry to come up with the law that we intend to see how it can be regulated in different sectors. When you look at our report at a glance, we specifically focused on 5 digital markets, and that was ride-hailing, online food delivery, fintech, but specifically on mobile money matters, online travel agencies, and app stores. We identified 2 gaps in the current act, and the first one was, if you look at the report, the first one is on the lack of a digital footprint. When you look at our law, nothing is stated there like it relates to digital markets. Mr. Silva Kayondo can throw more light on that. I once had him discuss such issues. I'll let that opportunity for our dear panelists to expound more on that. But what I can talk about right now is the challenge that we are facing with the Act itself. Section 27, subsection 4, created a time limit within which to come up with regulations. Now, those time limits elapsed last year, leaving a vacuum. Now, legal experts have argued that how can regulations, if we are to come up with regulations, will they be legal indeed, given the fact that the time elapsed? And we are glad to report that ENS Africa, which is with us today through Mr. Philip Karugaba, they wrote to the Attorney General requesting that the provision be amended so that it can be made wide, such that regulations can be made anytime. We looked at the dominant players that we assessed were over 13 in the digital markets that we intended to focus on, and we identified 4 breaches from the 5 digital markets, and we also benchmarked from 10 countries which have regulated these matters before us. And thereafter, we recommended 10 recommendations, which I'm not going to go through because we have our senior, Mr. Sam Watasa, who will be taking us through those recommendations. Now, we scanned the digital market space in Uganda. We focus on the 5 digital markets that I mentioned. We looked at the evolving dynamics in Uganda's digital economy while highlighting the trends as they are today. We looked at the dominant players. We assessed their way of doing business. We looked at their business models, and then we looked at the regulatory framework for competition regulation in different jurisdictions. Among the unique challenges that we identified challenges which are ongoing, much as there is no regulation at hand. And one of them is the multi-sided markets, which are going to be discussed by our panelists, the network effects, the effects of the algorithms. Remember, all these markets operate online. So the way they operate, all their business models are not the same business models that we usually see. So they basically tend to rely on algorithms to see how they can manipulate their dominancy or put aside the competitors. The other was the data-driven dominancy, cross-market leveraging of power, tying and bundling, and self-preferencing. Now, these will be discussed by our panelists. We focused on the need for regulation, and we looked at how other jurisdictions have tried to handle this kind of regulation in line with digital markets. Now, when you look globally, the UN Digital Markets, the European Union Digital Markets Act acts as the gold standard for regulation of digital markets all over the world. Now, for it, it focuses on ex-ante regulation, which looks at things which are going to happen in future, as opposed to ex-post regulation, which we normally see, whereby regulation focuses on issues that have just happened. Now, the beauty about this is that for digital markets, you cannot regulate them in an ex-post kind of regulation because they keep on evolving with time. So we recommended that we take this approach, but with particular care. Now, in our report, we clearly emphasize that the Ministry of Trade should exercise caution while applying the DMA, the Digital Markets Act, given the fact that it's the gold standard. Yes, we recognize that, but in countries where it has worked, they have huge economies which have largely developed. Now, if you compare that with Uganda, in which we are in our early stage of digital development, there are challenges of scalability, high unemployment in the digital sector, and also the constrained regulatory capacity, which I believe that we are trying to discuss today. So adopting such a framework without taking into account the realities might undermine our efforts or the efforts of other stakeholders like the Ministry of Trade, NITA, and all other stakeholders in their operation of making sure that the digital economy in Uganda boosts. Now, for the recommendations, like I stated earlier on, these are going to be handled by Mr. Sam Watasa, who I believe is the godfather of competition law in Uganda as we speak. To wrap up my presentation, I would like to thank all our guests today. I would like to thank our partners, our biggest partner, DM Events, who put together the architecture of this stage, and they have done quite a number of work in the legal profession. So DM Events, the Ad Ligo team is so much grateful to you, and thank you so much. I will also take the opportunity to thank our partnering firms, Sierra Amanya, and Madame Claire is around. Alba Advocates, Mr. Ezra, thank you so much. Chibi and Cheune, Kagwan Kagwa, Kentaro, ALP East Africa, Eddie, thank you so much. Keen Advocates, Diadem and Safe Border, as well as the Consumer Protection Association of Uganda, which is headed by Mr. Sam Watasa. Allow me leave the microphone so that we intend to dive into the conversations that we came for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aziz. That was very interesting, a very good report. We take the cognizance of Mr. Watasa, who joined us in the time when we were starting. Thank you so much for the effort that you've put in. And just before we get into the panel discussion, we would like to take the chance to launch the report, which is of course going to be discussed thereafter. And to do this for us is a very distinguished individual in representation of Professor Baria Mureba, the Chairman, Board of Directors, UTAMU, and former Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, and a former presidential aspirant. But in his state, we have a very distinguished individual who is a PhD consultant and a former secretary of Uganda Law Deans. He was the first and founding dean of School of Law in Gulu University. He is also the leading trainer of IUIU in ADR. He is also a senior consultant of CADA. He is a PhD student. I mean, his LLM. He studied from the University of London, LPC at Inns of Court, and LLB at Kingston University. He is also a brainchild behind the case of Inyit's Construction versus Prince Construction consultants in Uganda. That is actually a very critical matter that he's going to be talking about. And with us, ladies and gentlemen, we have Associate Professor Dr. Captain Shadat Semakula, who is going to help us to launch the report in representation of Professor Baria Mureba. Would you please put your hands together for him as he comes in? He will, after that, invite the guests over here for a photo moment as we launch the report. With the report that is before each of you. I'm sorry, I'm wondering if everybody has a report. If you don't have, kindly notify us so that we can present you with one. What is going to be discussed is the report, and therefore it's only right that it be before you. The other piece of information is that behind you there is a meal. It's a breakfast meeting. We are all welcome to just step behind and get something to bite as we interact. But thank you so much. We'd like to welcome Associate Professor Dr. Captain Shadat Semakula, who is going to take the honors. Thank you so much once again.
In the name of God, the Almighty, the King of Majesty and Supremacy, may He award everybody here abundantly and grant you a safe journey back home. A state with no religion is like a ship with no compass. It is my honor that whenever we have such sessions, the question of religiosity should be always given a point. In whatever you plan, it is a metaphor that God ignites plans if they are to be successful. And recently I was speaking to my students of law that many argue that we who do law, we don't believe in God. I said no, because even lords emanated from being trustees on this planet for God. That's why the justices at times are referred to as lords. So that is something that should be taken into consideration. Before also I talk about the launch, allow me to salute the Law Society, the representatives of the Law Society, for having shown the demeanor to fight all miscarriages of justice, tyranny, corruption, mismanagement in the state. I'll take this opportunity also to ask for 3 minutes silence for the demise of the Guru of law, of rule of law, Professor Kanyehamba. Thank you very much. Law Society will stand with you in your advocacy to promote rule of law in Uganda. Without the legal mandate, the entire organs of the state will collapse. Stand up and don't be intimidated. Whenever there are challenges, stand up, because you are the protectors of this nation. Nelson Mandela said that the worst person who commits treason or betrays a state is a lawyer who sees miscarriage and keeps quiet. Do not be among those people committing treason to your state. Stand up whenever there are injustices so that this country can become better. As I present Professor Venancio Mureba, the director of UTAM. UTAM University has launched the first virtual legal training. All the law courses on UTAM, they can be achieved or they can be seen online. So whether you're in Nairobi, whether you're in Kenya, whether you're in any country, you can study Bachelors of Laws via UTAM on the digital platform. For them, they have already started moving within the technologies of IA and also discussing the digital platform of the world. To fellow Ugandans, it is time also to know that the world has changed and the digital mechanism is the best way forward. I was recently in India where I saw robots operating my son who had lost the eye. And this was my first experience seeing how digital platforms have left us. Allow me to salute the members that tried, despite all the intricacies, to see that they sit and make such a report. I heard Mr. What is his name? I think he's among the leaders of the consumers. But my main point would be that whenever you talk about Uganda, it is important that you inculcate the East African community. In fact, I wrote a message to the director, LDC, and I'm also going to write to others, where the East African community becomes a compulsory course in all bachelors of laws. Uganda cannot move. Yes, the Competition Act of 23 was enacted. Very good. If you don't inculcate the free movement of services under the East African Protocol, Article 76, where the bottlenecks of successful economies can be achieved together, then whatever you are doing would be a myth. In your regulations, as you plan to draft a report to the Attorney General, it is my humble request that you also consider the East African Protocol or the East African Community regarding free movement of services and goods. What you are launching is a service which can be consumed entirely in East Africa. East Africa has now grown beyond the borders. We have other new entrants like Congo, South Sudan. We are tried as Eritrea. So it is becoming bigger. We can become the East, like a European Union. But if we just think about we not looking at the wide scope, then the question of economies will not be tallying up. It is my humble request, the panelist from COMESA, that COMESA position is something that ignited me to talk about East African community. And the lawyers, as you launch and the report that was tabled regarding digital market competition legislation in Uganda, the future, you are not limited to work in Uganda. I want you should be looking at cross-border positions. You are capable of taking good cases in Rwanda, Tanzania, South Sudan, and other places. So the lawyers of today, I'm now making a surgery that look at yourself as international. My land friend discussed about the case of Inyasi. Inyasi construction against Prince Consultants. I'm among the leading consultants on the case, but this is a case of around 60 billion, where Inyasi Construction is a company from Swatini, many call it Swaziland. They were contracted by the government of Uganda to construct Kabianda Dam in Isingiro district. Unfortunately, or fortunately, they did not have manpower. Prince Consultants were subcontracted to do the job. later on they were terminated. And then on the termination procedures, one was mediation, arbitration. We commenced litigation in Uganda where we had to seek for some provisional measures at the commercial court. As we talk now, we have commenced proceedings at the ICC under the arbitration proceedings. My point is to you, the lawyers of today, litigation is good, but also it is high time you put yourselves ready for international arbitration proceedings. This is where the world is going. Forget about preparing bail applications to take the politicians out of court. That is good. But look globally where you can make huge money and also cement a big name into the legal fraternity. With those few remarks, allow me to salute everybody who has attended. I salute the representative of the Law Society who has presented the President Semakade and the entire management, the members of Uganda Law Society, the team that traversed and made a prognosis of the different legal gymnastics internationally to come up with such a report. It is my humble request that you clap for yourselves all. I salute the members that what you did would also be a solution to Uganda's unemployment. The digital market is a solution to the unemployment in Uganda and also will be a turning point, a blessing, and a resolution to many of the challenges. I thank you very much for the efforts, and I'm humbly humbled because I could see the majority were the younger generation. Where I see the younger generation steering up a project, I feel that project has sustainability. I pray that all other agents of the government, you, the younger generations, are given such a print I've seen today. I want to see you as the future ministers. I want to see other people, because I see you can talk and move without anybody guiding you to fall down. And this should be the next generation that we pray for the state to take off. With those few remarks, allow me, on behalf of Professor Venantius Bariamreva, to launch the digital markets competition regulation in Uganda, the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for those wonderful remarks. At this point, we are going to launch our report, and I would like to request Mr. Sam Watasa, Senior Lawyer Silva Kayondo, Senior Advocate Ms. Claire Manya, and the rest of our panelists who are going to present today. Kindly come and you make this occasion colorful for us. Thank you so much. The student.
I came along with among the students I've trained as advocates. Can you also rise up on this launch? Brenda? These are students from Gulu that I taught law. So could you also join the group for the launch?
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving fast forward with this function. We also need to take cognizance of the over 200 members that are joining us online, part of the public and other advocates. Thank you so much for making time. It is not something to be taken for granted. We appreciate every moment that you're spending with us. Would like to take the recognition of Muchibi and Chaine company advocates who are partners and have also supported us financially in this project, and we have them in the house. Mr. Chaine is present. Thank you so much for making time. We're so grateful to have you here. We are moving very fast into the very important part of this function, which is the panel discussion. And without further ado, we have the privilege of having the panelists in here. And we are going to run it in such a way that there is going to be three panels that are going to have to discuss differently. There are going to be topical issues that are going to be discussed. Each panel is going to comprise 5 members that are all within the house, for as far as I'm aware. And therein is going to be a session chair who is going to be one of the members from Ad Ligo, who will help us to introduce the topical issue going to be discussed. And therein, after, there will also be a moderator within the panelists. And thereafter, we shall also have 3 speakers. So the panelists are going to be invited to the front to take the front seats and engage in that topical issue. And thereafter, if time allows, the plan is to have this discussion for a minimum of 40 minutes. We had thought it could have been an hour, but because we have so much to discuss, we shall also pray that the Lord will guide us accordingly and hope that the topics will be dissected like it has been said about what we are about. And then thereafter, we shall have a little bit of question and answer from both the public and those that are present physically. And after that, we shall get into the next panel discussion. So without further ado, we are going to invite the first panel. I'm believing they're all in the house. And we shall call them straight away by name, and therefore the session chair will come and introduce to us the topical issue that is going to be up for discussion. So we shall have Mr. Edmond Babalanda, who is with us in here. Thank you so much for making time. Miss Athea Pillow is online. Is that so? Yes, she's online. We are so grateful to have you around. We thank you for making time and also being a part of the reviewers of the report. I was told Associate Professor talked about it being out of Uganda, but I can reliably inform Professor that Aziz last week was out of this country trying to get more information about the report, and his footsteps on Ad Ligo also go beyond Uganda. It's not just a Ugandan project, it's an East African project, given the fact that we are interacting with different individuals from out of the country. Then we have Mr. Ezra Mugabe, who is also a part of us. Thank you so much for making time. We're so grateful. And we have Remy Wahanza, who is also with us within the building. So we're going to have the session chair from Ad Ligo. Look, now we're having Patience. Patience is going to be our session chair, who is going to help us to kickstart the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's let's take note of what's happening. We are going to use this opportunity to ask into the more critical matters about the Competition Act 2023 and also help to discuss the report. Thank you so much.
Good morning, distinguished guests. It's a privilege to introduce the first panel. I am ISCJ Patience, a Consumer Advocacy Director at Ad Ligo. So the topic for this panel is going to be regulating mobile money competition for innovation and inclusion under the new Competition Act of 2023. My task is to briefly highlight what we reported in the policy comment report and invite the panel to explore the issues further and offer any additional perspectives that they may have. According to our report, and in case you want to follow it up, it's on page 29 to 38. So for every panel, we are going to be telling you the pages so that it's easy for you to follow it up. So for this one, it's going to be pages 29 to 38. Mobile money is mainly dominated by MTN and Airtel, and according to the UBO statistics, they have over 33 million accounts. So you can imagine the scale at which they're operating. 95% of mobile money is controlled by Airtel and MTN. We have observed several competition concerns in the mobile money market, and these include the USSD code pricing and access, the agent exclusivity practices, concerns over transparency of terms and data, access which may disadvantage small players and key consumers. I now invite the moderator, who is going to be Mr. Edmond, associate at ALP East Africa, advocate, to take on the session to explore how Uganda can overcome these barriers, promote transparency, and ensure an open market that both encourages financial inclusivity but also innovation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues, stakeholders, and our distinguished guests. I want to welcome you to this panel as it has been introduced. So I just want to briefly introduce our panelists. We have Dr. Anthea Pello. She's online. She's an economist and a policy specialist. So we are happy to have you, Doctor, online. Do we have her online? Is she online? I can't see her. Okay, physically I have Mr. Ezra Mugabe. He's an advocate of the High Court and also a founding partner at Alba Advocates. And then I have Remy Wahanze. He's a legal and financial strategist, currently the head of operations JEPA Africa, and founder of a Center for AI Ethics and Governance in Africa. Yes, Doctor, good to see you. I can see you online. Yeah, our session, before we dive into the discussion, I just want to get some comments from the panelists on what is resounding for them, what are the highlights of the report, and I will give 1 or 2 minutes to each panelist. And I want to start with Doctor. Doctor, are you able to share your insights? What is resounding? What are the highlights in 1 or 2 minutes?
Sure, thank you. Can you hear me? I'm just checking.
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
Oh, great. First of all, I think this was an incredible effort by the team. Well done. This is, as has been mentioned earlier, a very important topic that is coming up. About digital platforms, mobile money being key, because a lot of consumers access financial services through mobile money. And a lot of what was mentioned actually resonates. There appear to be 2 large players in the market, and these 2 large players own very essential infrastructure that is needed for any other player to provide these services. First of all, they do have access to the final consumer through their mobile number. Second of all, they have access to the networks to the actual networks in order to reach them. They have access to the USSD infrastructure. And also because they're platforms, they have been able to add additional services beyond just telecommunications, beyond mobile money, the additional services such as payments, such as merchants, payments as well, all of these which have been ably described in the report. The other thing that they've been able to venture into is into banking services such as credit, such as savings, and all of these have implications. And one thing I would like to emphasize is that just because they're large players, it does not mean that there's anything wrong with that. This is the ultimate aim for any company, for any enterprise or any business. You want to become large, you want to become profitable. The key thing is how you leverage or how you use your dominance in a market and to ensure the role of regulators, the role of stakeholders in the market is to ensure that there's a fair and leveled playing field. And so there have been evidence, as has been shown in the report, that there were some incidences of anti-competitive behavior, which have already been reported. We have, for instance, seen incidences where one of the players took MTN into the High Court with accusations of anti-competitive behavior. We've also seen in the past that there have been other cases, if you look at from the Uganda Communications Commission, against the different players, for instance, for dominance around the actual towers, which is also essential for reaching consumers. So there are certain signs of anti-competitive behavior. That's one. Two, they have such a large market share. And this gives them, one, the ability, and two, the incentive, if they want to protect their profits, to act anti-competitively. It's not that they do, it's not that they will do so, but it does give us a reason to watch out, or to be careful, or to navigate this carefully, and to monitor the market. That being said, in creating a level playing field, we're not just trying to encourage any player into the market. We want as much entry as possible, but we also want entry of efficient players into the market. And I'm speaking as an economist. So we'd want efficient players in the market. So it's not a challenge if players are forced out of the market if they're not efficient, because we want efficient providers in the market. What we want is that they should be able to at least enter and to effectively compete. And so I want to congratulate again the Ad Ligo, for providing this report and for all the information that they've shared. I look forward to the rest of the discussion. Those are just my key points to make.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll get to Ezra. What's your take?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Doctor, for your remarks. I want to particularly thank Aziz and team for having put in resource and time to come up with this report that is kickstarting the discussion regarding, in general, fintechs and also digital markets. It's been quite a long time coming for such discussions to kickstart. Regarding the reports, I note that it was comprehensive in the sense that it talked about the challenges, especially the consumers are facing. I would not like to delve into that because in the panel, in the discussion, we shall have an in-depth discussion. However, of course, I would like to put in the discussion and biases regarding the time frames that these products have been enrolled on the Ugandan market. It's been roughly 9 to 10 years when we start to see mobile money, start to see credit facility, the interaction between the conventional banks and now the other options that the mobile money products are bringing. But by and large, the report is really, really a good starting point for us to discuss and surely have our inputs in this sector called fintech and mobile banking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra. And then we can hear from Remy.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. So, first of all, I want to extend my gratitude to Ad Ligo for organizing this. Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure, of course, to be on the call alongside Dr. Anthea Pailo, who's been really, really instructive in the element of competition and digital markets. She's written quite illustriously on that. So my comments regarding the report, I think it was a fantastic effort towards the element of what we're seeing in terms of mobile money players. I think making a step back, we need to understand that what we have is as a result of a misnomer in advancement. So we're having mobile money platforms coming on, or telecom operators becoming behemoths in the region or in the country, for example, because of the technological leapfrog that Africa experienced. Yeah, the element of banking the unbanked, and going ahead to sort of like fill the gap that financial institutions couldn't fill because of the low levels of literacy, no KYC, and so how did telecom position itself as one of the largest players in mobile money platforms? And I think the network effect, and I think the comments have been put in the report. We've seen that happen in larger markets, say in the US and the EU, where you see entities like the GAFAM, Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Microsoft leveraging their networks. Yeah, and so you find that, for example, in this particular digital market, which is specifically financial, some of the most prevalent players are the ones that have dominant market positions as a result of the subscriber bases they have for data and voice. So now the violations are almost expected, because you find that it's the only player in the market, and then so they begin to act in certain ways, like price squeezing, as we saw in some of the cases. For example, we saw, I don't want to exactly make the allegation, but Africell walked out of this market for reasons that could be as a result of price squeezing. If you look at the Easy Money case, what happened with refusal to deal, all those as a result of a certain mode of arrangement of the market. And in this particular instance, it being some form of vertical arrangement, where you have players like Airtel and MTN playing in one market, playing at the same level, and then you have aggregators like Easy Money and the like, trying to climb the ladder. And so the exposure is very high for such players, and the trickle-down effect comes to the consumer as a result. So I think the report has done a fantastic job at highlighting that. And I think maybe in my comment, I think maybe the other element that we probably need to discuss, and I think in expansion of the report, is the element of mergers and acquisitions in digital markets. We've seen that happen a lot, especially in the recent case of Google. The United States government sued Google for certain actions that they committed. And these are up and rising transactions, like the ones that we call killer acquisitions. So it's a very, very interesting discussion, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Edmund.
Thank you, Remy. Wow, what I get from this, the report highlights the key challenges in the sector, dominant players, and the unfair practices by the dominant players. And I see that you emphasize that the market should be open so that everyone can compete freely. So we'll dive into the questions for our panel, and I would like to first request Doctor to share with us on some of the most pressing competition challenges, and would like you to highlight some of the challenges in Uganda in respect of the mobile money ecosystem today. Over to you, Doctor.
Sure, thank you. So some of the key challenges that are rising is that, as I've mentioned, there's so many new innovative products and services that are coming through, so many new companies and fintechs that are rising. However, for them to be able to access the market, to access consumers, they have to go through basically two key players to enter into the market. And so what that means is that if they have a product, whether it's in health, whether it's in, science, education, in order to bring that product to market, they have to go to these providers, which means they have to either negotiate appropriately, they may even be charged, Yeah, they have to negotiate either for the right price to access the USSD infrastructure, or even just to appear on the menu, or even to just partner with these different parties. And so what that means is that they're usually at the lower end of they have lower bargaining power. So if they're really at the mercy of these two dominant players, if you have a very innovative product, if you have an innovative service, you really have to convince these players that your product is worth having, which is okay because, yeah, your product may not be worth it. But if it is worth it, and if it's to the benefit of the consumers, if, for instance, it would increase convenience for them, it would increase the quality of the services that they receive, we would want these services to come to the market. However, if they are to approach one of the players and then have challenges in either accessing, or if they are to access the services of one of these providers and they are charged excessively, they may not be able to sustainably remain in the market. And we want these players to remain in the market for a while. We want there to be more players, especially if the products are going to bring an increased quality of life for consumers. So one of the key things is that, one of the key things is that innovative product providers in the market have only two players. They have no other really choice to enter into the market. One of the ways they could try to circumvent going through the players is by providing an app or providing the service of an app. But we know that I think from the last, it was about 26% of Ugandans have access to smartphones. So you limit yourself in terms of the market. And it's still, and the people who have smartphones are maybe not the target market we are looking at. We're looking at people who would benefit more, who would be in rural areas. So that is one of the things. It's difficult to access this infrastructure. It can take months, it can take years to access, even get into the right room with the players to get your product into the market. So that is one. And the two is the overcharging of the services. You might not be able to provide you might be charged excessively or in a manner such that your profits are so minimized. You may not make profits, you may actually make losses. It does not make sense for you to operate into the market. That is one of the other things. The other is that there is a large chance that these providers are able to extend their dominance into other markets. Again, dominance is not a problem, it's only if it is abused. And I'll bring the story of Safaricom in Kenya to give an example of that. So Safaricom M-Pesa, of course, is one of the dominant players. It's large, it's virtually a monopoly in Kenya. And when it provided its Mshwari product service, it partnered with NCBA. And NCBA at that time, before it partnered around 2012, it was the smallest bank, one of the smallest, let me not say smallest, one of the smallest banks in Kenya. After the partnership, NCBA is basically the largest bank in terms of bank accounts, in terms of loan accounts, and making it basically a dominant player in the banking service. But this is largely due to its linkage to M-Pesa. Again, not a challenge. But if you keep transferring that dominance, you still have to watch out for any behavior, and some of that behavior could be exclusive action, which prevents new players from getting into the market. The other could be the ability to charge prices from the consumer. The consumer has nowhere else to turn to because they're basically these large players, and they have it's just that much easier for them to operate, to stay on the same service, so to stay with the dominant player. So the dominant player usually has the opportunity to charge high prices because there's no other choice for them to go to. So these are some of the challenges that I see.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much for that. You highlight the high costs for the new players, which impedes them to enter and to compete fairly. So building on that, I would like to hear from Remy. What is your take on this? What are some of the key challenges in the mobile money ecosystem?
Yeah, I think with respect to mobile money, what you're seeing is mostly an infrastructure problem. And say, for example, for USSD, you have to, of course, their on-session charges, for these MMPs, which are not MNOs, mobile money platforms, which are not mobile network operators. And so, as a result, certain practices, they incentivize big players to do certain practices. Say, for example, and we have a litany of litigation on this particular, some of these elements. I think the very first being easy money. And then if you look at the most recent decision in Vast Garage, of course, it's not exactly tied to mobile money, but it's under digital markets. And one of the things that was there was because there was a do not disturb directive, which was given by the UCC and misinterpreted by the large player. Vast Garage was pushed out of a certain particular CPA agreement. So I think the challenges, as we said, are tied to infrastructure. And of course, we've seen a number of other things being done, including price squeezing. We saw a mobile money operator, an MMP, Wave Mobile, which is now on the downward spiral for specific reasons, which if probably investigated by the UCC, there could be a result of certain duopolistic market plays. So I think, yeah, in terms of challenges, that's where we're also seeing tacit collusion, sometimes in terms of pricing, yeah. For example, MTN last year launched the virtual card, right? And Airtel wakes up and does the same thing, but MTN has MasterCard, and I think Airtel is also trying to find another partner. And then in terms of how that pricing is being done, of course, our biggest undoing, and you know, this is something that should never have happened, from a consumer perspective, the merger between Airtel and Warid, which later on has created this whole less than perfectly competitive market. So I think, yeah, going forward, those are some of the challenges that we're seeing in this market. It becomes very difficult. The barriers to entry are very high for MMPs, yeah? So you find that the cost of getting into the market is extremely expensive. I will comment on, for example, one of the market players who are doing credit, float credit. MTN has just entered into that market, I think, this year. And they are also trying to provide credit for mobile money agents, yeah? So Flow Global, which is now Flow Uganda, which is doing the same thing, is providing this credit at a much cheaper rates because maybe their cost of capital and the like. But if you have MTN, which in this instance, and I hear they have now done a spin-off, is providing three services, which is data, voice, and then mobile money, then you're likely to have a loop around, which is in this case a very closed loop as to how, you know, the credit is flowing to you know, the last mile consumer. And in this instance, because of the large data sets they have, they're able to credit score easily, and then it becomes very difficult for a player like Flow Global to be able to easily enter the market.
Wow. Thank you very much, Remy, for those insights. I now want to hear from Ezra. Please, what is your take on this?
Well, thank you, Remy. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Doctor. My take on the biggest challenge, obviously, we do not operate in an abstract. We need to look at the structure of the mobile money business. But we also need to factor in the fact that the two big players made an early entry as early as the late 1990s or the early 2000s thereabouts, and they have had the large share of the infrastructure that the new inventors or innovators want to access as well. That has created, obviously, our economy is a capitalistic economy, and it created predatory tendencies in the big companies, in this case MTN and Airtel. The biggest challenge that I note is this capitalistic economy was lacking a law to regulate competition, all right? And imagine you want to be a new player, but then there's a big entity that doesn't want you to compete and or otherwise take away their market. Definitely they will predate or create unfair playing ground for you. So the biggest challenge up and until 2024, when the president assented to the Competition Act, was that there was no law to curb the predatory tendencies of these two big companies. God willing, now that we have it here, I believe and I trust that now the discussion is going to be different. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Ezra. We are not only talking about those two players, but the discussion.
Well, I'd like to.
You can't run away from that fact. Yeah, and now that turns me to the next question, and that is the impact of these two players that they have mentioned, MTN and Airtel, both of them, they hold 95% of the mobile money market. They control over 95%. So that has a huge impact on the economy and, the sector. So I want to hear from our panelists this morning, how has this dominance shaped access, pricing, and innovation in the sector? And I think I want to start from Remy, then we can hear from Doctor.
So thank you very much, Ed. I think so. With respect to pricing strategy, I think that, and I think this is also highlighted under the new Competition Act. There are provisions there that are specifically targeted towards trying to curtail things like cross-subsidization. Yeah, and those are very, very common practices in markets where you have duopolies and players who are providing almost 4 services on one platform. So in terms of cross-subsidization, you find that this particular, if MTN was making a lot of money on voice, they would flip the profits, put them in mobile money, and then the other side, and then go to the market and provide a much lower rate while compensating for the profits of, that would have otherwise come from mobile money, just so that they squeeze smaller players out of the market. Now, if you have such, an arrangement in terms of pricing strategies, and I mean, fair enough, we are lucky that the mobile money, and if you look at the financial statements for both companies, Airtel and MTN, mobile money makes a very large contribution towards their top line. Yeah, so that's much more, that's much more comforting. Given, for example, MTN has done the spin-off, so we are hoping that the holdco there'll be a bit of, governance in terms of such elements. But then again, in terms of the regulation that is existent, the only regulation we have, which is the UCC regulation, I don't think it's tenable enough to regulate the market in a way that markets operate, save for telecom, kind of operations. The fair markets regulations under the UCC are not exactly robust to curtail or to curb these particular practices. Yeah. And one of the other practices that we probably observed is tying agreements, yeah, where you find, and I think it's largely tied to what happened with exclusivity agreements earlier on in Kenya and later on in Uganda. It has been since stopped, yeah, by the regulators in Bank of Uganda and the Competition Authority of Kenya. But then we have it subtly being applied, yeah, in a subtle manner. So in terms of the tying agreement, you find that the mobile money platform, which is now, say, MTN or Airtel, is saying that you are only going to, if I'm going to give you this, but you are only going to get this by maybe buying this particular service. Yeah. So they will say, in order for you to do AirPods, you buy the POS system from me. Yeah. And then that in itself affects other players in the market, like Easy Money, like, and the like. So there are very, very many practices laid down under the Act. And we are hoping that maybe someday we shall have the regulations, as is earlier stated, under Section 27 of the Act, to be able to curb some of these, because they need intricate attention. You need to be able to observe such violation. You need to be able to intricately pay attention to the financials of these companies. You pay attention to the pricing strategies, and you have some form of full-time, obligation to be able to make sure that the markets are perfectly, of course, not exactly perfectly competitive, because we are now in a duopoly, but they are fair for everyone. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Remy. You talked about the impediments, from the regulatory landscape. And before I bring in Doctor, you reminded me of a quote which says, in Uganda, mobile money is zipping through the market like a boda in Kampala traffic. Competition laws trying to keep up, but it's stuck at the regulators roundabout. Yours truly, Grok. So I got this from Grok anyway. All right, so I'll come to you, Doctor. Doctor, what is your view on, how has the dominance shaped access, pricing, and innovation in the sector?
Thanks. So you know, you have to look at the market over time to properly understand how this has evolved. When you look at pricing, if you'll allow me to go a little bit back, if you look at when MTN was the first player to introduce mobile money around 2009, and then Airtel came in. I think it was Worried. I forget the sequence. But the Airtel came in, Worried came in as well. Worried came in with if you remember, very competitive prices. They were basically cutting prices and trying to attract consumers very rapidly. And at that time, MTN as the first player had slightly higher prices than Airtel. Airtel had lower prices. And then Airtel and Worried, they merged. Just as soon as they merged, Airtel raised its prices to match MTN. And between then and at least 2018, their prices were on par. If there was a change in prices in MTN, Airtel responded immediately with an increase. If there was a reduction, there was a similar reduction, at least in terms of the pricing, especially the own net pricing, which is own network from MTN to MTN, Airtel to Airtel. So there was at least, as one of the panelists mentioned, some kind of tacit collusion in which it was all parallel pricing at least. One player was copying the other player. So that's what happened, at least in terms of pricing. It did not seem to be dynamic. If you were in a more competitive market, you'd see a player actively seeking more consumers by reducing their pricing. But at a certain point, for a long period of time, we saw that the pricing was the same. So consumers basically had no choice. Maybe you just had to get two SIM cards or something like that. So that was one of the impacts in terms of pricing. If you're to expand the scope, let's compare Kenya and Tanzania as well in terms of pricing to see maybe this is not maybe this is something that is happening in other markets, and we should not be putting the Ugandan market on a crucifix of sorts. You'll see that in Kenya, where there is a virtual monopoly, prices are actually a bit lower, especially for on-net and off-net prices. And then you'd wonder, why is it a bit lower in Kenya? Tanzania, the prices are slightly higher, but if you look a bit deeply, you'd find that most of these costs are on the withdrawal side, largely related to compensating agents. So the prices are a little bit, there's lack of competition in terms of pricing, at least for a long period of time in Uganda. And these prices seem to be higher than the other players in the region. That raises a question, how the dynamic, how the dynamic is affecting pricing. Of course, it is still the most preferred. If you look at the FinScope 2023 and maybe and the recent FinDex 2025, it is still the most preferred use of access to financial services, mobile money. But again, if you look at the same instruments, they'll say that one of the things that is preventing people from accessing financial services is the prices. So there is that. And again, one of the panelists did say that the providers do need to invest, and we understand that there's a lot of investment that is needed in order to keep up these services, and that is well and good. But we need to check into that about the high prices. I want to also go into one of the other segments of the market, which I think there might be a little more competition, which is welcome, and that is in the merchant payments. I think where the actual transfer, person-to-person payments is a bit limited, I think there might be additional competition, at least in the merchant payments. We see that there is aggressive recruitment of agents, which is what we want basically. And then there are different innovations in the type of products and services. You find that there's a separate wallet. There are certain little things that improve the quality of the service for the consumers, which is what we want. So in terms of the impact on pricing, I think the dynamic has caused the prices to be high, at least compared to other markets in the region, and for a period of time. And also, when you look at off-net prices, at least before the players decided to unify, it was quite high. I do think that in terms of the other segments of the market that the players are trying to go into, there is certain level of competition which we would want to encourage. Of course, this is between the two players, not so much between the fintechs. And that is where the challenge may come in. The other impact I would see is that for the banks themselves, I think there is an increased awareness of the need for financial services. Increased competition for digital financial services. So we're seeing the banks really stepping up, which is great. It is still not yet meeting the needs of the actual low-income poor people. So there needs to be additional thinking about that, people in rural areas. But there is a lot of innovation, which is what we want, innovation that reaches consumers. So that is what we are seeing in the market, at least. In terms of the regulatory space, we have a law, which is great, but also the financial sector regulators are starting to wake up and understand what is happening in the market. I know, for instance, that the organization that I work for, Alliance for Financial Inclusion, which is a member body of central banks in largely Africa and Latin America, there's this understanding and appreciation of how competition is affecting financial services, and regulators are sitting down to try and understand how do we support fintechs and innovators to compete fairly in this market. So there are a lot of things that are happening as a result of this dynamic.
Thank you, Doctor. I have just received a note that today is not our day to shine. There are other people who are supposed to be here, so we are going to make it quick and snappy. So we only have one question, and then we'll close our panel. So we've seen the key players, the dominant players. Now, quickly, in just a minute or two, I want the panelists to share their insight or opinion on the biggest barriers on the biggest barriers on the fintechs that they face when they're trying to enter the economy, especially when we have these dominant players. You've already hinted on this, but quickly, as also you share your opinion on that, I would also want you to share your parting points in 2 minutes. Thank you. I'll start with Ezra.
Thank you very much. The biggest challenge that I'd like to pose to this discussion is in regard to the duopoly that is currently happening. Obviously, we can't run away from that, because if someone has invested so much in their R&D time, and now they are reaping from their trade, they definitely will not be fair to the game. Unfortunately, and I'd like now to not discuss strictly as a lawyer, I want to state that also the new players that want to attempt to enter the market appear to exhibit a dependency. They do not want, for lack of a better word, to bang the table and create parallel but alternative channels through which they can operate. Because as far as I'm concerned, I do not know of any arrangement between the government or the regulators with these two big entities. So if then these entities came to the market and they created their own duopoly, all right, then so it can happen that these other players, challenges notwithstanding, can create their own infrastructure, or they can find a way of negotiating with the aggregators or the owners of the infrastructure to penetrate the market. I'd like to close this my contribution by thanking the Ad Ligo team, Ad Ligo team, for opening up this discussion. It was really, really needed for us to start and help, especially the mobile money, and then the interaction between mobile money and the financial institutions, as well as the entire fintech and digital markets, because I realize it's lacking by and large in every aspect. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Ezra. Remy, in a minute or two.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. So I'll use my 2 minutes to make 2 comments. And one is the challenge of the network effect and access to data. I think that one is a function of who came into the market first, but then also the continued usage of, everyone relies on their economies of scale to build something. But then for new players, it's very difficult for them to access certain data that can allow them to scale as well. We've seen this a lot with, as I said earlier, with the FANG, Facebook, Amazon, and the like. And there's, of course, ongoing litigation to try and mitigate it, but then it's a function of the market for the most part. The other one is the element of regulation. I think there's an overbearing burden of regulation on new market entrants, yeah? And that makes the barriers very high. So what you find is that players who are getting into the market want to align themselves with existing players so that in the future they get acquired, yeah? So you find that that's an interest, and it's a good thing, but I mean, authors like Cullen Cunningham have argued, the killer acquisition theory, that certain players are acquired and then that innovation is killed. So we are likely to have a crisis in this country of innovation dying as a result of being acquired by a large player, and, you know, because it has been acquired by a large player, eventually just killed away. And I think the best example is to reference what happened in the US versus Google when AdMeld was acquired. There were arguments that AdMeld was, a larger part of the function of AdMeld was killed. Of course, the court did not agree with that, but then there were recommendations as to how, you know, those particular, how they could split and the like. And that's ex post regulation. So I think we need to make a clarion call to regulators in this market to be very, very prudent and come up with ex ante regulation, because this market is still very young, and ex post regulation in itself does not exactly allow us to effectively manage and allow for innovation. Uganda on the innovation index has a very relatively high ranking, yeah, but I think there could be room for more. Otherwise, thank you so much, and I'm wishing Ad Ligo a fantastic event.
Thank you, Remy. And lastly, Doctor.
Thank you so much. I'll leap on to what Remy just spoke about. And the barriers he mentioned, he talked about the regulatory barriers, which I agree in terms of licensing requirements and capital requirements that can be a challenge, especially for new fintechs. Bank of Uganda is working on this. I think they actually have a regulatory sandbox, and there are certain discussions around possibly open finance and open banking, which are starting to go in. So there might be a way to at least overcome some of those regulatory barriers. In terms of the structure that you mentioned, some of this is just high capital requirements. It's very difficult to actually start your own infrastructure. At this moment, you can't, it's difficult to start with your own USSD. So that is a big challenge. You did mention maybe collaborating with different players in the market, and there are different ways in which you can do that. And with the aggregators in the space, I know there's the agent banking network that has access to some of the agent banks, and then of course the other key aggregators, although themselves also create certain bottlenecks, which is a discussion for another day. And then there's strategic barriers, which is where this competition law comes in at the subsequent regulations, where there is actual conduct or misconduct by certain players. And I think that's the ex post that Remy was also referring to, about how to actually preemptively or raise at least penalties that will discourage other players from engaging in such conduct. There needs to be certain studies that are done and a certain understanding in the market that this conduct is not acceptable. That being said, in my parting remarks, I think the market has grown substantially. I think there have been a lot of innovations, maybe less so than in other markets in the economy, but there have been certain innovations that are being made in the market. We just need to see how to grow and nurture the industry more, including the fintechs. I hope they're in the room, to find ways in which to support them to effectively compete, and not just to simply allow them to enter just because, but to allow actual efficient players to thrive in the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've been an amazing panel. Thank you for your thoughtful contributions and rich insights. Friends, I want you to join me to thank our esteemed panelists for their insights. We encourage you to read the report. Thank you, Ad Ligo. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. We just request that we take a picture. This is not an ordinary panel. This is a panel that has stolen the show for the past 45 minutes. And Eddie did not stop to say it. So yes, thank you so much. Doctor, we just can't have you. I don't know if scientifically you can also have you so that they know that at least we had the chance to interact with you. This speaks into what we are talking about. So yes, thank you so much for the time. We appreciate, and may God bless you in what your endeavors. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our online viewers, we also appreciate you. We don't take it for granted. We are honored that you're having time with us. We are moving forth into the next panel discussion. Some of the house rules, because of course we are mindful of time, we're going to request that we have this discussion for at least a minimum of 30 minutes, if it's possible. I know there's just too much to discuss. We also want to open it up to the public in case there is any Q&A from both within and those online. Those within can write their questions on a piece of paper. I think there's a notebook before each and all of us right now. You can write a question and get answers from the panelists, because we might not have enough time again to bring them back. But just in case the time is with us, take note of those highlights that they are discussing. Those that are just joining in, we have meals at the back as you're just getting in. If you did and you didn't get a meal, please feel free. There are able gentlemen moving around, serving us with a drink or something to bite. Thank you so much. And then the next is going to be going to the next. The washrooms are just outside the room on your right. Please feel free to ease yourself in case you need to. Yes, that is a little bit of the house rules. And we are moving into the next panel discussion. And the order is going to be that we shall introduce an Ad Ligo member who is going to be the session chair to introduce us to the topical discussion. And the session chair will also take the honors to introduce the panel, including the moderator and the speakers. For this, right now, we are going to have the privilege of listening into Nicholas, who is an Ad Ligo member, who is going to introduce us into the next panel discussion. Enjoy the ride. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Murere, Policy and Advocacy Director at Ad Ligo. It's my distinguished honor to introduce the second panel discussion. And our second panel discussion is on digital competition on wheels, shaping Uganda's ride-hailing future. The panel will be talking about Uber, Safe Border, Bolt, Right Now. I'm sure many of us, if not all of us, have used these applications where we are using either Uber, Safe Border, the border, then Safe Car, Bolt, and we have new members coming on board each and every day. Indeed, we shall have more come on board because the rate of penetration in Uganda is still low. But then, how do these applications determine the price? If moving from here to Acacia is 3,000 on Ride Now and it is 4,000 on Safe Border, how are these prices determined? And this cuts across for the cars and the borders. There are also applications that we've seen that have, on top of the transport service sector, they also offer other services within the applications. All these are going to be discussed by the panelists that I'm going to call. Allow me call upon the moderator of the second panel, who is an associate partner at ALP, Judith Aboto. You're most welcome. We will also have a speaker who is a partner at Otis Advocates, Mr. Kayondo Silva. You're most welcome. We will also have the CEO of Safe Border who is with us here, Rob Stanford. Most welcome. And lastly, we have Ruth Mahawe, an associate at S&L. You're most welcome. And please, may you have a wonderful discussion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am privileged to be here to talk about digital competition on wheels. And I am even more privileged to be leading this conversation with this esteemed panel. We have members from the legal side or legal sector, and also members from the ride-hailing sector itself, which is the topic of conversation today. So I'm grateful for the session chair who has given a background on the ride-hailing sector or services in Uganda. And I would like to add the aspect of convenience that they have brought. Gone are the days when we had to stand on the roadside for over an hour to get onto a moving bus or taxi or hitch a ride. And now in the convenience of your home, or wherever you are, you can just use a mobile app of your convenience and your choice and get to where you're going. Today, I also used a what do they call it? A safe border to come from my office to come here instead of being stuck in jam. So it's not just convenience, but it's also the aspect of choice, because there are very many different apps that are there that we can choose from. But even while we are getting the benefits of these, there have been challenges that have arisen. There's competition, unfair competition. There's also the aspect of the drivers themselves having complaints. So the essence of today's conversation is going to go in depth in finding out how can we bolster innovation, approve innovation, encourage innovation in this ride-hailing sector, but as well ensure fair competition, ensure consumer choice and consumer appreciation of the different services. So before I keep on rambling, or instead of going on rambling, I want to pick insights from Ruth, ladies first, and who is my neighbor on the left, on your comments or feedback or reactions to the Ad Ligo report on Market 2, which is the ride-hailing sector.
Thank you, Judith, and thanks. Yes, thank you, Judith, and thank you everyone that's joining us here and online. Thank you for sparing your morning to get into this, what I think to be a very interesting conversation. Yes, to start with, as everyone before me has said, I think we'd need to commend the Ad Ligo team for this report. We know that the Competition Act is fairly young, and having a team that's dedicated to investigating, like market reality and regulatory gaps, I think that's commendable effort, so well done. But also reports like this help to get the conversation going. So I think it's a good starting point. Later we'll get into, as people said, whether this was cut before the horse, because one of the thoughts I had reading the report was, is this something that should have influenced the Competition Act to begin with, right? Were these studies undertaken as the law was being put in place, and the people that are in legislative drafting will tell us, did we simply borrow an act from, somewhere in East Africa, and then transplant that into Uganda? So again, this felt like something that should not just be driving the conversation, but driving policy, driving legislation, so that we have informed regulation to begin with. And then also, it was a comprehensive report. I like that it spoke to different sectors, different businesses. I read the report, and as the Ad Ligo team member for this panel mentioned, most of us here are consumers of most of the services highlighted in this report, but ride-hailing especially. So I read the report in two capacities, from the legal and regulatory perspective, but also as a consumer, because we could identify that we've been making noise in the market about some of the things that are being highlighted in the report. We've had complaints about, pricing, about supply when there's like rain or, and if you're like me and you interact with your rider, with your Uber driver, I'm sure you've also had comments from them, sometimes complaints from them about the nature of the market or the structure of, in terms of how their commissions are determined, how prices are determined, and how they, fare against whether it's another platform or just the traditional transport means. So this felt like a report that was trying to put into words what everyone has been trying to scream. So it was good to see that on paper. I also want to highlight and again commend the team for pointing out or highlighting the difference between digital services and like digital markets and why this is important. Because a question that many people will ask, and I'm sure we'll get into this much later, is what makes digital markets or digital services so special? Is that if you are not regulating competition in the traditional space, or if you've just started regulating competition in the traditional space, what makes this a matter of urgency for digital markets or digital services, right? And also, what are some of the differences that are in place when you're talking about digital markets? And, the report pointed to things like just the rapid nature at which technology evolves and why some modes of regulation may not be able to adequately address, because if you're still going to rely on traditional regulation where we wait for 10 years to get an act of parliament and 6 years to get regulations, by that time what you are trying to regulate in a digital space has evolved, and so it may not speak to that. So yes, I did like that some of those distinctions were highlighted. And finally, still on the recommendations, this is, I see that there were a number of recommendations to the Ministry of Trade in terms of how to think about regulation, how to think about enforcement, and I think we'll talk about enforcement much later on. But yes, there were bits and pieces of ideas from the team that I believe would be helpful if the ministry is considering, whether it's the regulations or a commission or, that could be picked up. But I still think that there's room for, and I think that's the point of such discussions, for us to understand are the solutions that we are proposing, feasible? Is it just a question of regulations? We have spaces where we have an act and we have regulations and we have an enforcement body, but there's no enforcement. So is it just a question of regulation? Are there market realities we're not considering? And yeah, I think that those are some of the gaps that these discussions will fill.
Thank you so much, Ruth. From your discussion, it's so clear and evident that you really took time to read the report and appreciate it, not just from a legal perspective, but also from the consumer's perspective. So thank you so much. And I would, before I go on to get a further legal insight from Silva, I would like to talk to Rob. The other members of us here today are mostly consumers. So we talk from a point of things can be better. There's this problem, there's that problem, but we don't understand from the perspective of the investor. We don't understand from the perspective of the innovator, the person, the man in the arena, the one who sits in, makes the difficult decisions, and provides the service. So what is it like? First, tell us about the safe border model. How is it like, and is it sustainable in this current sector or economy of Uganda and in line with competition aspects?
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this panel. The business model. So I think one of the things highlighted when we were introduced is how small the market is. Yeah. I think the report highlighted that 35% of Ugandans used ride hailing. That is not accurate. I think Dr. Pilo in the first session talked about only 35% of Ugandans having smartphones, right? Never mind drivers. So it's still a very, very small market because, we need everyone to have a smartphone in order to use ride hailing. Is it sustainable? Yes, it is. It is a sustainable model, but it needs scale, right? And again, something that was highlighted in the previous panel is to talk about this in terms of competition, right? Fair competition. Dominance or large companies are not a problem. Abuse is the problem. And, you know, you highlighted how many kind of new companies are starting in the space. The last couple of years, I think there's been 2 or 3 players with different offerings, different commissions for drivers, different prices, different discounts at times. So I really don't see that there is I don't think there is a problem with fair competition in the market. I think the Competition Act is a good start for all industries. You know, we have to be able to have regulation to be able to ensure fair practices and protect consumers, right? Whether that's drivers or passengers, or we would say a customer if they're sending a package. So yeah, from that perspective, I think we're in a reasonable position for the sector to grow.
Thank you so much, Rob. What I've learned from you is that it's not a problem of the big players, but it's the problem of abuse. How is this abuse of the competition?
No, I don't believe there is abuse, right? I think, you know, I had someone this morning ask me, sometimes your drivers also work with Faras, right?
Yeah.
It's a question that the passenger has, or a complaint that the passenger has. But the Competition Act is pretty clear. We can't, and I think you guys would be challenging me to say, why do you block your drivers from working with Faras, right? So I think there is an education gap, and something that would be really helpful for us. We follow the law. That is what we're required. So that education would be very, very helpful. I don't believe there is abuse. I think there are things, and you know, I'm representing SafeBoda, not the industry. I want to be clear. My colleagues from the other apps who may be online, I think, so some of the recommendations, just to jump to the end, and some of the things to watch out for are completely fine. If there is collusion in the market, there should be interrogation. If there is unfair pricing, and Ruth highlighted this, I'm not really sure what this means. To me, it should be, if we're saying that the price is this, normally it would be lower, and then it's always higher, that would be unfair competition. If I'm saying that there is a 50% off discount, but really it's 10%, that would be unfair pricing, right? And that would be unfair competition because I'm not presenting it fairly. So I think that those are the things that we need to watch out for. There was a mention of AI. It's definitely something for the future, definitely something to monitor. I think all of that is really important in our industry to monitor and to look out for. I haven't seen it, certainly at SafeBoda, we don't have any of these practices. We don't collude. I think maybe one of the things the report kind of doesn't highlight is, where do we get our pricing from, right? It doesn't really look at that. Our main competition is not Faras, it's not Uber. It's the guy on the street, it's the informal transportation. And I think maybe just the one other thing I think is really important to talk about is, what do we want as the policy, right? Do we want ride hailing or do we not, right? If we want ride hailing, I think the Competition Act is great for every industry, and ride hailing should not be any different. You should not be allowed to collude. We should protect consumers. But do we want this industry? And therefore, how do we help companies to grow? And I think, just one final point, sorry, before I ramble on too much, is I do think one thing in the report, we talk a lot about Europe, we talk about America, right? Look at what was happening in these jurisdictions. Uganda is not Europe, it's not America, it's not Kenya, it's not Ethiopia, it is its own thing, right? And what SafeBoda did, I think SafeBoda was the first ride-hailing app in Uganda, is it's formalizing an informal sector, which is very different to informalizing a formal sector, which is often what digital solutions are doing. We had banking, fintechs are trying to informalize it a little bit. Ride-hailing in Uganda is not doing the same thing. It is formalizing an informal sector. We train drivers. Every platform has ID on the driver. You go and take a Bodo right on the street now, They could be anyone, whether it is Safe Border, Faras, Ride Now, Union. They all have to have collected IDs. So I think it should always be seen very differently to these other jurisdictions, and we should be very, very careful with comparing them.
Splendid, splendid. The key for me has been that we are formalizing an informal sector, and that I think we knew, I thought of it in passing, but it had not sunk in until today. And in that spirit of formalizing an informal sector, I'm going to go to our legal expert, Silva Kayondo. I want you to explain to us, we've been brushing off the Competition Act, the Competition Act, the Competition Act. Can you please tell us how significant this milestone is now that we have a Competition Act and it's somehow governing a previously informal sector?
Okay, thanks for the question. I think maybe I'll tell two stories of what I've seen, the big things at least I've seen in the sector. 2018, I was approached by one of the international ride-hailing companies. They had one problem. About 2% of border riders in Uganda generally have driving permits. 98 don't %. The stats might have changed because the cost of acquisition of a border permit at the time was about 350,000 shillings. Now you can imagine how many trips a border rider has to do without eating, doing anything to raise that amount. The concern of this ride-hailing company was, we are not scaling in Uganda because unlike the local players, for us, we don't have leeway to have people without permits on our app. A tourist is going to travel from California or from Europe, use an unlicensed border here, gets an accident, and we are sued back home, where the damages awards are really substantial. What was this company proposing to do? And for some time it did. It picked money from its shareholders, paid for border riders to have them get permits, but as soon as the guys would get their permits, they would go to competitor apps. Is that fair competition or unfair competition? I leave that to you. The second story I'll tell you is, no, I wrote a position paper to the Minister of Works highlighting that problem. We were invited for a series of 3 meetings. A committee was constituted. In the end, what we really wanted is we wanted a reduction in the cost of acquisition of a permit so that we are able to onboard a lot of people. In the end, we were told that, look, for now, the cost of a permit is guaranteed. We know what we can collect. But if we go this route, we do not know how much government will lose or will connect. So let's leave issues as they are. So we left without a solution. The second story is around before COVID, slightly before COVID, there was an influx of refugees to Uganda. Some of them came from South Sudan. These were professionals. They were teachers. They were doing sensible things back home, but for the war, they had to come here. Some had to start their lives as border riders. One, for competition to work, you must have an economy, you must have markets. Does Uganda have an economy? Do we have a market? Our contribution to global GDP is 0.001%. That's Uganda's contribution to global GDP. That's why I don't give rights of way, maybe except the president. You can't be chasing me off the road to go to contribute to 0.001%. So, take away Greater Kampala Metropolitan, which is 65% of Uganda's economy, really there is little. So for me, I think the great point in Kenya, if you compare, I think I saw this on Statista, the contribution of the ride-hailing company in Kenya, I think, is $56 million. You've seen they have much. If you land, you can even do off-app, offline. It's really quick, within 30 seconds, totally different from here. I think the passenger rides I saw were about 9.5 million. I don't know what the sector is here in terms of numbers. 9.5 million trips is what they did, I think, last year. In Uganda, I don't know if we probably even half of that or not. So the point is, the report maybe would have been enriched to see there are companies that have filed ride-hailing. I think we had Dial Jack. There was one called Mondo. I think those have actively filed. If you interview them, what reasons do they give you for filing? Is it competition or is it market? Because we risk conflating issues. But also, we have other guys that have come. I mean, when we talk of union, I think this is for border riders corporate union. Arguably, but at least that's what it's presented as. What has stopped them galvanizing the huge number of their alleged membership to give Safe Border or whichever others a run for their money? Two things. The money is not here. Even Safe Border that has grown to that scale, you'd shudder to read about the financing that has gone into it. It's guys like Allianz. They are on foreign denominated debt or equity. If your currency is fluctuating by the day, those guys expect a return. So if I'm going to tweak a bit of my pricing to match that need, it can arise. But also you're dealing with inputs like fuel, which the radar had to match, which you don't control here. All these are exports and imports, rather, pegged on the performance and the volatility of the Uganda shilling. And the last point I'll make is, at least what I have seen, is there is an incongruency between Uganda's digital policy and the tax policy. The taxes on the sector, you're talking of 18% VAT, you're talking of 12% excise duty, you're talking of 6% withholding tax. They've now added levies on devices, 2.5%. Then if you make profit, you're talking of 30% corporate tax on those profits. What do I recoup as an investor? What are you giving me in return for that? And the very last thing I'll say is, one of the companies that was entering here that had to come, only about 2% of Kampala was on Google Maps at the time. This specific client of mine had to go into the pockets and pay Google Maps to first create the infrastructure on which to operate. Up to now, we've never recovered that money. It's sunk cost. So if I say my pricing is going to match that, it's legitimate. It's legitimate, in my view, that, that investment, which should be being made by government, and now has the tabs been picked by a private player, that they recoup their investment. We can no longer, on one hand, be saying we're independent and all this. On the other hand, you want charity, philanthropy, free things. There is no free lunch. No. Especially if you're talking of things like competition. So for me, competition is not the problem. I don't like that act. I'm not a fan of it. Maybe if you speak consumer protection, there we can have a discussion. The rider must be protected. The drunkard who's moving at night must be protected from Bandali all the way to the home. If I leave my property in the car or on the border, it should be. If I give you my goods to deliver and I pay you, there is a contract. you must honor. If you have my personal data, whether location data, whether financial data, you must protect that. For me, the conversation maybe is on the consumer protection aspect. But competition, we have neither market, don't have the money, we don't have the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silva, for that. Oh, I even see that I'm not the only one who has been enlightened. I hear claps from the audience. I wanted to get back to you on why you don't like the act, but I am focused on our contribution to global GDP being 0.001%. And also just thinking about, there was a time, I think the competition was mainly between Safe Border and Taxify. So at work, when it was time for going home, we would check, oh, what's the price on Safe Border? What's the price on Taxify? So the lesser priced app is what we would choose. And it would be funny that you would find that the border guy you used yesterday through Safe Border, and now you've hailed a ride through Taxify, it's the same person who has just been there at the stage with both apps open, and he can still take on any passenger, whichever app it is. So thinking about your position on the fact that there is no competition, in your opinion, and there is no market, and also remembering Rob's position in the beginning, saying that it's not the problem of big players, it's not the problem of competition. I want to come back to Ruth and ask, what's your opinion? What do you think of Uganda's ride-hailing sector? Do you think it's competitive, or it's actually not competitive? And is it being dominated by big, large players, or it's very fair for all? What do you think?
Wow, okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm always grateful and happy when I appear on panels in Silver, because it always comes with the stats and the receipts, and you know, it's hard to argue away from that. But yes, I think what both Silva and Rob have mentioned are, I think it's maybe hard to hear, having come up with like such a beautiful, you know, report, but it's something that, those are the statistics. I mean, this has to be informed by data, right? And those are some of the questions that any person reading this, you know, report, or any person saying, okay, we're talking about competition policy, would ask. So for instance, and to answer your question, when I saw that I think we had 36% penetration of ride-hailing, I as well was surprised, because I thought, is this a Kampala statistic, or like has this factored in Kisoro, Lira? Like, have those people ever heard of like ride-hailing, you know? And then just on the status of, you can't talk about competition without talking about market, like both of them have said. And I just wanted to compare with some of the jurisdictions that are referenced as well in the report. So this has been highlighted. For example, the US has, you're dealing with about over 330 million people, and they have at least 30% of global consumer expenditure. I think we've been given the statistics of where Uganda, you know, lies on that. China, you're looking at about 899 consumers. Obviously, they have, you know, a big population, so that makes sense. The UK has, at least as of 2023, had, I think, 60 million e-commerce users. Now, one of the things flagged in the report on, you know, was that today, many people prefer to purchase their goods online, right? Now, that's a thing to say, and for us sitting here in Kampala, it may resonate. But have you asked yourself, realistically, in Uganda, how many people actually wake up and purchase their commodities online? And not just in Kampala, but, you know, is there online purchase outside Kampala? And even within Kampala, are people driving to stores, or are people ordering things from, you know, Glovo or Safe Border, or, you know? And then the last thing that the last statistic I'll just put out there is the EU, right? Because everyone looks at the EU as the benchmark, obviously because they're ahead in regulation, but they're dealing with 450 million people as the consumer market, right? Now, if you come to Uganda and try and that's why I would hope, I think maybe this is in terms to do with like further studies or further points of research, for us to highlight what's the digital consumer market in Uganda, right? Because like they said, you cannot talk about competition if you don't have market. A rider in Kampala may not need, 7 options, right? As compared to a rider in the US where, there's space for all the 7 service providers to operate. And then another thing I'm grateful for, I think the panel previously, Ms. Anthea highlighted, and it's also come out on this panel, is the problem cannot be dominance. The problem cannot be having big players. The issue is either abuse of dominant position, but also what are we solving for? And I think Silva ended by talking about consumer protection, right? What, if you're even talking about like the state of the market, what are we trying to solve for in Uganda when we're talking about anti-competitive practices? And I think also that's somewhere like I try to understand from the report, like, yes, you'll talk about price fixing, but how does that affect me as a consumer? Most of the time that I've had people complaining, I think there was a time there were complaints against Jumia before the food service delivery was removed. But even the times I've had complaints against, whether it's Safe Border or Uber, usually, at least from a consumer side, it's on the point of not being able to reach, like not being able to have their complaints handled, not being able to reach customer service, having left something and not being able to recover it, whether it's rude riders or rude drivers. Those are the things that affect, consumers before they're worried about some of the things that we're highlighting as anti-competitive, right? So the question should be, are the dominant players, have we identified that the dominant players are taking advantage of their monopoly or duopoly to, either minimize or like offer bad service, basically? So I think away from the question of, competition, as everyone has said, maybe the conversation needs to digress. If we're talking about regulation, what are we trying to regulate? The last thing I'll talk about is the object of the Competition Act, right? Anyone who would open the Competition Act would see, because that's where you start from. What were they trying to regulate? I think there's only one element of consumer protection. The rest is about the economy, to make sure we have to make sure that our economy develops, to make sure that we have employment, to make sure that there's equitable participation in the economy. That's where the bigger focus is. So if we're talking about things like making sure that anti-competition is not affecting, for example, innovation, do we have that innovation in Uganda? Do we have the innovation in Uganda that we're comparing to the innovation in the US? When you're saying local developers, are you actually talking about local developers, or are you talking about foreign-backed, foreign-affiliated local developers? When you're saying that, okay, dominant players are frustrating like the domestic innovator. Do we have that kind of innovation? Do we have the capacity? I think they've pointed to things like just even purchasing the borders or having permits. Do we have those in place before we start saying that this is anti-competitive? So to answer your question, I think competition in Uganda needs to be understood contextually, right? Within our market, within our consumer base, our consumer profile, our economy, our GDP, and then you'll arrive at the answers that you're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ruth. I don't know if it's just me, but from what you stated earlier and now, it seems that the general strain of thought is that the Competition Act, they should have first kept calm, first looked at the context, first read reports like that produced by Ad Ligo and understand the context of Uganda to be able to provide better solutions currently for the different markets for the current market, the Ugandan economy, rather than getting from somewhere else that does not apply to Uganda and making it apply to Uganda.
So, Competition Act or not, I think my bigger point is, and I think I mentioned this at the beginning, regulation itself needs to be understood. We don't just regulate to regulate, but also the model of regulation is varying, and we can talk about like tech regulation and policy at length. But what that means is, because of the nature of digital markets and digital services, maybe acts of parliament and regulations are not the things that are driving, the market. We've seen, and I'll compare with things like telco and mobile money that, was spoken about before. We've seen that the regulator has also noticed that because of the pace of development, waiting for Parliament to enact something or waiting for the minister to sign something is going to take some time. So what you have is instead, whether it's guidelines, standard, practice notes, because those are going to come out almost in real time. Sometimes you just have statements. And because as Rob mentioned, they're looking to be compliant. Most times, even their legal exposure is not even in this, in this jurisdiction. They have to be compliant. So sometimes, and that's where you talk about things like self-regulation, right? Most of these players are actually already self-regulated from a governance perspective, from an ethics perspective, because that's what the market demands. But also in understanding the question, what are we solving for with regulation? Again, to take us away from thinking the ministry should do this or parliament should do this. Sometimes, like the approach that the US seems to take a lot is that we are a free market economy. Uganda says this all the time in every report, in every State of the Nation address. We are saying we are a free market economy. Sometimes what you have to do is let the market forces, sort of play out and determine what's going to be, the price. And like I think again Rob mentioned, and we all know this, because we consume these services. Sometimes the competition for safe border for me is not Bolt or is not Faras. It's going to be, okay, safe border is showing me that it's 7K to Acacia. I know the guy outside the street is going to charge me 5K. I'm going to jump on that, right? And so even understanding that some, like our market is going to be very different from the EU. So it's saying, okay, if we have dominant players like Uber or Safe Border, there's a space that they cannot reach because the traditional, like the non-platformed service providers will, and there's a time that happened, I think, where everyone had almost started using Safe Border and, and Uber, and then for a time there was a hike in prices, and then everyone sort of fell back to the traditional borders, and then, so sometimes that's what we mean by letting the market play itself out, and then you find that we have sort of like self-regulated in a way, unless, so the cutoff point is, are we doing something for the public interest? Is what we're doing driven by consumer protection? That's where it makes sense for the regulator to come in and say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do this. That's why we have the act in place. But some of these other mechanics can be determined by the market.
Thank you so much. While you were speaking, I saw Rob nodding in heavy acknowledgement or approval, and I just want to ask him, I believe, the last question. As one of the people who have led the law, you have sort of helped, the market has played out and then the law started getting on board, but after you forming a safe border and creating the formalization of a previously informal sector, what guidance can you give, or what better approach can be taken in the future in regards to regulation like the Competition Act that would create a better environment for innovators like you in the ride-hailing sector?
Thanks. Yeah, I think broadly regulation should always be very careful. So actually, I kind of disagree a little bit with Silva on this act, because I think this is a start. Right? I think the biggest problem is you start to go into creating regulation for digital ride-hailing competition when no one really understands it well enough, right? And as you said, you kind of articulated the biggest problem that ride-hailing companies have is the offline person is there. They don't need to have customer care. They don't need to have driver training. They're just there. They don't have any of these costs. Theoretically, they can have a lower price. Obviously, that's not necessarily always how it works. So I think that the principles to me are the same for digital and traditional. The way that it's applied, can be different, but the principles should be very, very basic, and then we go from there. So, I'm conscious I'm in a room of lawyers, and you guys are making your business out of interpreting the law. I think some level of regulation is good, but at the start of an industry, keep it low. Keep it low. Most people know what is right and wrong, and you can say the law is missing this. Clearly, we can apply this to another law. This person stole the goods. You had a contract with me. You can't just say no thanks, right? I think that there is an easy way to do that. And then, same with anything. Companies need to be spoken with, right? Whether it is writing reports, whether it is putting together regulations, speak to companies. Most companies are very willing to give their opinion, right, on what is good and what is bad. Don't do everything we say, because we have our separate interests, but listen to us. And again, I think this is where it brings back to my original point: is what is the policy? What are we trying to achieve, right? Silva talked about the taxes, like the physical taxes that have to be paid. Legal costs are a tax, right? The more that we have to spend on dealing with issues whereby our competitor does not have to do that, and really in the ride-hailing industry, the interesting thing to me is the one competitor that has no regulation at all is the dominant player, right? That is the boda on the street. It is the matatu. It is the car hailing right by Acacia Mall, who you have no idea. They just have a stage there somehow, no questions asked, right? That is who we're competing with. They actually have an unfair advantage because they don't need to employ a legal manager, much as I'm very happy for NASA to be doing an amazing job for SafeBoda. But so that's kind of how I see about it. And if the government, and when I'm looking through the objectives, I think maybe they're a bit broad for this act and they cover quite a lot. But if we are looking for development of the economy, do we want ride-hailing companies to succeed? I do not believe that every driver should have to work for SafeBoda. I think that is bad for SafeBoda, genuinely. Should every driver have to be registered to someone, right? So something that the Traffic and Road Safety Act regulations already apply, right? There are traffic and road safety digital networks regulations as well. All of this is great. Apply the laws, and then we will develop the economy, and we will end up with fewer boda drivers, which is bad for some people, but Industrial Revolution created a load of jobs, moved people from bodas to other jobs, so we can develop the economy, develop livelihoods by promoting, in my opinion, promoting ride-hailing as or formalized transportation as the right way forward.
Thank you so much, Rob. We need to start from somewhere, and while we start from somewhere, we also need to engage in conversations with the players in the ride-hailing sector, and so that we're able to provide a better solution, a better law, and better regulations. I would like now to go to Silva as a parting shot.
Yeah.
I hope that in your parting shot you tell us why you hate this competition law.
Yeah, no, I think, so the utility of the report, I think for me, this being a new act, it's a new practice area in Uganda. I'm only lucky because, I started a bit of competition law. In South Africa, it's a very big thing. I believe through their Competition Act of 2008, that's informed all these other competition acts in Kenya, and all those kinds of things that are trying to happen. And of course, you can't escape from the COMESA Competition Commission rules. We've seen these inquiries in Jumia. We've seen these inquiries in Kansai Plascon. I was involved in the one of Plascon, but I mean, essentially that's it. Now, how can I say this? So the utility of the report is the judges are going to read, lawyers are going to read. Who knows? There is competition disputes coming, maybe. It might even be cited in some of the decisions that are going, because it gives you a source of aggregated information that if you want to know at least about the starting point of digital markets in Uganda, this is the first of a kind that we have. And for me, which I believe is commendable. As a legal text, much more is needed. I'm actually better off entrusting competition assessment with economists than with lawyers. I mean, you're not going to start as a lawyer telling me about the HHI index or whatever of competition and market concentrations. We clearly don't study that. You're not going to get it in our law schools. So for me, to bring this in summary, one, for the stage of development we are at, Uganda is a very over-regulated economy, at least with texts. The more I understand law, the more I interact with businesses, the more actually I'm inclined to push for deregulation. I think we are regulating ourselves into madness. You have a housing crisis, but you pass an environmental law that says sand mining in wetlands is not permitted. Like how? Make it make sense. Yeah. All these IP laws, I would actually take them off from our statute books. China didn't need IP law to develop. Actually, they've developed on the basis of IP violations. Bring your app here, let us see. Let the market clone, because yeah, we do not have the money to put into the R&D processes that are required for that. So that's why I actually think the Competition Act is one of those things we've poorly copied and pasted and is not really ideal for this type of economy we are in. If we want to develop this economy, we need to expunge some environmental laws, expunge some IP laws, expunge some competition laws, because the way these economies like digital markets are meant to work, they work on network effects. The more it's the game of numbers, it's plain old economies of scale. 3/4 of your population is offline. What are you regulating? You should be working on bringing these people into the consumptive base that's required to give you the economy to grow. Europe has the luxury to regulate, but because it's turned into the regulator of the world, they have forgotten innovation. The big crisis in Europe now is dependence on US technologies. That's what they are discussing. They're even blocking Chinese mergers and acquisitions. Right now, very few companies, Chinese, can have successful regulatory approvals for mergers or acquisitions in Europe. These things I'm telling you, but for us, it's fancy. It will create legal work. It will create jobs. It will do this. We are regulating ourselves into madness. I'm going to write a complete position paper on this view and submit it to the Parliament of Uganda, that actually they have contributed to regulatory arbitrage in Uganda. Because the cost of compliance for all these laws we have is eventually slapped on the final consumer. All those costs of the compliance officers, the legal officers are aggregated and slapped on the final consumer. That's why the economy is not growing. Thank you.
Insightful, insightful, insightful. I would now want to get your parting short truth, and I hope that it will help close this whole debate, this whole conversation, and end with us shaping Uganda's ride-hailing future. If there is anything that we have to remember at the end of the day when we are leaving here, what's that one thing we should focus on? Thank you.
Wow, I think that's a very heavy task. Yes, much has been covered by Rob and Silva. But I think the way I would bring it all together, like what you've said, is to anyone looking at this from an advocacy standpoint, which I believe is where players like Ad Ligo sit, anyone looking at this from a regulatory perspective, which is where you'd have, parliament, ministers, AG, all the people that have the power to inform the future. And then very importantly, those looking at it from a business perspective, right? And I think the idea is that all those three should be seated at the same table, right? Because then you can have, whether it's laws, rules, frameworks that are speaking to each other. The one question that all those three people should be able to understand is, what are we solving for? With competition laws, what are we solving for? What are we trying to gain out of all of this, right? And then if you have all those three people speaking to each other, you will not have laws that contradict your market and business reality. You will not have laws that are fighting business. You will not have business that's failing to fit within your legal framework. And then you will not have regulators that are failing to enforce, because that's the other thing. I mean, I believe he used a strong word, but like Silva would say, okay, I hate these laws or these laws. But at the end of the day, what I feel like the bigger point is that they are not working. Like, we have these laws, but they are not working. So there's regulation and there's enforcement. We don't have enforcement because it doesn't matter how much you put into an act of parliament, how much you put into a regulation. If you say, let's start up the competition desk at the Ministry of Trade tomorrow, and fund it and give them these trainings. These are some of the recommendations in the report. Give them these trainings on AI or on competition. All of that does not matter if your own economy is fighting you, or like if it's not practical. So at the end of this, for everyone, the panel before, the panel after, and then ride hailing specifically, what are we trying to solve for? I believe they put it properly to say, if we're formalizing an informal sector, what can we do to make sure that we have more riders on, that are platformed, to make sure that we have more, like if we're going to have compliance with road safety and, traffic, what are we doing to make sure that we bring these people into the digital market first before we regulate them? Because you can't be regulating 36%, which I think is less. Yeah, that shouldn't make sense. So I would say harmony in all of this should be the end goal.
Thank you so much, Ruth. Ladies and gentlemen, for Uganda's ride-hailing sector, what we are supposed to do together as regulators, as consumers, as investors, is that we are not supposed to regulate for the aspect of regulating. We're not supposed to copy and paste or regurgitate laws from other countries. We're supposed to apply the unique context of Uganda in creating these regulations. We're supposed to have conversations, productive conversations with all the people that are involved. That's the investors, the innovators, the consumers themselves. And then we will have something that's worth or that's helpful. And there is a difference between competition, and as discussed in today's panel, the issue is not competition, the issue is market. And as we walk out today, as we ponder on today, let's just remember that our contribution to the global economy is 0.001%. And let's do better, let's work harder. I would like to thank my esteemed members of the panel, Rob, Silva, and Ruth. Thank you so much for this delightful conversation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rob, Silva. Just a second, please. Just a second before you leave. This panel was sponsored by Sierra Mannion Company Advocates. We don't take it for granted. We have the face of that advocates company here. Would like to kindly request you to take a step up front and take a picture with your beneficiaries. Thank you so much. We are moving forth. A beautiful picture. We shall, of course, follow it up with on our different handles. Thank you so much for making time and for the beautiful insights. As Silva is banging the table, as we are regulating ourselves into madness, as we need to put in, harmonize what we are trying to regulate, as we think about legislative drafting as we try to partner with the Uganda Law Society, which of course is mandated under Section 3 to assist and aid the government in legislation. We are also calling upon advocates to, join up in the clusters, the different clusters. We have a legislative cluster, legislative drafting cluster under the Rule of Law Department to come forth. It's a clarion call, as we are all aware, so as to make sure that these laws are not just made and cast in stone, because at the end of the day, we can see the analysts are showing us that the math is not mathing. We need to do better, and this is the time that we have. So we thank Ad Ligo. We don't take your work for granted. Ad Ligo is bringing very thoughtful discussions that are coming forth, and we pray that there should be more coming from us. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are very fast running into the next agenda item. We thank those that have just come in. We thank you for making time. It's not something simple. It's not a mean feat. And we want to delve so fast into the next topical discussion, which is going to be chaired by one of our Ad Ligo members, that is Luke, who is going to come forth and present unto us the next topical discussion and then the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Luke Kamoga, for the sake of the next panel moving forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our MC. As the current Uganda Law Society, I would have said thank you so much, our most perpendicular MC. I'm honored to introduce the next panel discussion. The next panel discussion is going to rotate around regulating online travel agencies for fair competition, local value, and consumer choice. As we can see in the report, there are so many topical issues that have to be discussed. But as a reporting task force, we've reduced these into 3 topical issues, and these are the discussion is going to majorly rotate around the wide price parity clauses, exclusivity agreements, and manipulative search ranking and preferential treatment, where platforms favor their own partners or products. It's fortunate that for me, as a member of Ad Ligo and as a member of the reporting task force, I'm also tasked with a team to be in charge of regulatory compliances. Regulatory compliance by the different stakeholders and service providers across not only the digital. Right now, the discussion is the digital economy, but also in other areas of concern. I would actually think it would be unfair, and it would be unfair for example, a regulator to say, if the digital economy is growing at a rate of 5%, or current as we stand it, for example, ride-hailing or online travel agencies, we are at a percentage of 0.00%, 0.01%, that's too low to regulate. Because, I mean, if we are saying that the people of Kamocha slum don't have money to put up big structures, and let us leave them, because the major aim right now is to find where to sleep. Let us leave them to construct whichever house they can afford. What about if they get accommodation and we need to regulate that accommodation? That's where we get the problem of, why are we now destroying or demolishing their houses? So I think regulation should be at the core of each and every activity. Consumer protection should be at the core of each and every effort of a regulator. Without wasting much of the time, I would love to take the honor and invite our next panel discussants. Our next panel is going to be moderated by Miss Belinda Amanya. Miss Belinda Amanya happens to be the former Speaker of the East African Youth Parliament, and she's an administrator at the Fidelis Leadership Institute. Join me, welcome Miss Belinda Amanya. We shall have our speakers. It's my great honor to invite Mr. Sam Watasa, who happens to be a consumer and board vice chairperson of the COMESA Competition Commission, and his work within the competition arena and consumer protection is so visible to the extent that I don't even need to speak about what he has done. Our next speaker shall be Mr. Michael Njenga. Mr. Michael Njenga happens to be the senior legal officer at the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda. And our last panelist is Ms. Anita Nantale, the founding partner of Alba Advocates. Allow me take back the speaking rights, because I'm not a politician or a civil servant, to the current moderator, Ms. Belinda Amanya, to take us through the next panel. Oh, I'm so sorry for an error I've committed. We also have our last speaker, Mr. Edwin Musenze, the Executive Director of ID Trails Uganda. You're most welcome, Mr. Edwin.
Thank you very much, Luke, for that great introduction and for setting the pace for today's discussion. Allow me once again welcome each and everybody who is here today, but most importantly, welcome the panelists that are going to be joining in this discussion. I am humbled to take us through this discussion, and I look forward to learning and interacting with all of you. So as Luke has set the pace, we are going to be talking about everything that Luke has put in his preamble. And as start, we shall go straight into setting the pace and unpacking the discussion of today, that is looking at regulating online travel agencies for fair competition, local value, and consumer choice. I'd like to start right away by looking at what is at stake. And my first interaction will be inviting Mr. Edwin to take us through what are the key challenges you face as an entity competing with the global space, but also the internal space in terms of the online travel agencies. Over to you, Mr. Edwin.
Thank you so much. Edwin Musenze is my name, and I'm Executive Director at ID Trails Tour and Travel, which is a travel company. So basically, I would like to thank Aziz who invited me, and I would like to submit that whatever is written in this report about the Tour and Travel agency is true. Well, in the tour and travel industry, we usually follow a model of VCP, which is visibility, which creates credibility, then credibility leads to profitability. So looking at this angle, although I'm not so conversant with the law, but it's not really my field, but I would like to give you the perception of a tour operator when it comes to this subject. Now, I have gone through the report and I've just discovered that if someone blocks your visibility, or most of the issues we are facing today are actually led by an unfair blockage of visibility within our field. So we have a few digital concerns, and one of them is gatekeeping by dominant companies. So these companies tend to control visibility, access to customers, and information.
Mr. Edwin, just a little pointer. Also help us categorically state those that are global in nature or international, and those that are being faced internationally, so that as we get into this discussion, it is easy to know what are we dealing with or what is at stake at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Looking at the global perspective, one, we are faced by a rapid increase in of digital platforms, and right now we are trying to tussle out how we can cope up with the dynamic change of our consumer behavior within our field. So these digital platforms, or this digitalization within our field, has actually changed the way bookings are made, the way marketing is made, and the way payments are made. In the perception of Uganda, over 60% of bookings are now done online, and visibility is mainly through social media platforms, especially TikTok and Instagram. Now, SMEs like ours, ID Trails, are now relying on OTAs for visibility and consumer acquisition. And the main one that we are looking at this moment, the global one, is booking.com. That is what we are relying on, especially for international bookings. Now, back home, we have challenges like platform bias, and this is global for all companies. So basically, you come to discover that there are some providers that are preferred, but you never get to understand the criteria. Like, you never get to understand how the ranking is made. Like, when you go to bookings.com and you are a service provider, you never get to understand, because see, when you make a search as a client, you usually consider the first 3 or at most first 5 options that come. But on these platforms as a provider, you never get to know why you cannot rank at that level. Most of the times they talk of search engine optimization, they talk of rankings, but even when you have better rankings, you never get there. And basically, there's a challenge of refusal to deal once you start challenging their policies, especially, I don't know if we can name and shame, but there is one called Viago. Once you challenge them, then they just scrap you off. And that has happened to so many companies that I know. Then there is algorithm manipulation. So the big competitors or the dominant forces in our market are manipulating the algorithm, and they are creating false visibility. So this creates to unfair influence, and basically, like I started, our market usually deals with visibility. Visibility comes first. And this manipulation of algorithms also causes misleading digital marketing. So the other challenge could be traffic flooding. Traffic flooding is more of a cyber attack. Just to put it into context, let's say we got most of our air ticket booking clients online. So what most of the players do, like, they create that digital flooding whereby they use their bots. Right now they are using AI, they are using machine bots and machine learning to create these robots that create fake accounts. Now they use this fake account just to make your site busy and slow, especially in peak seasons like August and December, just with the purpose of blocking your clients from reaching out to you. So they also manipulate reviews, because reviews in our market create credibility besides the visibility. Because most of the times after someone has realized that you're visible, they will have to look into your reviews just to build that credibility. So now they create that deception
through two main ways. There is positive reviews, whereby they keep hyping their preferred providers. And there is also an intentional damage, or where a cyber attack comes in, whereby someone bombs you with negative reviews just to kick you out of the competition. And then we have another one which is kind of tricky, and we don't know how to go about it. I think the legal experts on this panel will help out. Now we are suffering with bid on brand. So bid on brand, this is when, for example, I am marketing my tour package to Maction Falls. And now someone or a dominant person in the market is also having the same package. Now what they do, they pay, especially through Google Ads and Bing Ads, and they have the same advert on top of my advert. Like when you visit my page to see my package, you'll find their advert, advertising the same product. And basically that usually diverts clients, it causes confusion, it also kills the credibility of our companies. So there is also brand hijacking. This is mostly done on social media, whereby you advertise your package, it's good, then still using human bots, because someone just gets one computer, using AI, using machine learning platforms like N8S and Flowise, they create fake accounts, and these accounts usually scrape our information from the social media. They come to our comments and provide cheaper options that are usually misleading and false. So with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for setting the pace. And well, what we get from Edwin's discussion is a whole layout of all the challenges that are specifically caused by the digital platforms, but also carrying out business in that same kind of like digital platforms and space, but also how they do thrive. And at this juncture, allow me call up Mr. Sam Watasa to help us now start to break down the problem and try to get a couple of solutions. How then do international OTAs, or online travel agencies, affect fair competition when we're looking at a regional perspective or on a regional platform?
Thank you. Colleagues on the panel and the moderator and members in the room. First, I will start by, of course, regulating online travel agencies is just the same way you regulate all aspects of competition. There is nothing that is going to be so unique except in certain areas. But permit me to first start by making certain things clear about competition regulation. Competition regulation builds markets. It's not that competition regulation must wait for markets to grow before it is implemented. Just for historical perspective, the first competition law in the world was passed in Canada in 1889. Okay? And that act was labeled an act for prevention and suppression of combinations formed in restraint of trade. Ideally, it was formed for purposes of ensuring that trade blossoms. It was followed by the antitrust law in US, that's 1890. And this one also was for punishment of pools, trusts, and conspiracies. So you can see that the foundations of competition regulation are really about enabling economies to perform, not the other way. The way we are looking at the Competition Act in Uganda is assuming that it is introducing a punitive regulation that constrains businesses. That's not true. And that reading originates from the fact that we are looking at what it prohibits without understanding that once you prohibit that, then the market grows. So the idea of how do you reach effective regulation of competition? It is the application of the law and the environment in which it works. It's building the effective competition laws, regulations, policies, guidelines, effective institutions, and the culture itself. Now, if you look across the world, it takes anywhere between 10 to 15 years to build an effective competition institution, culture, regime, and the necessary pool of resources to implement that law. So we are looking at the Competition Act becoming effective 10 to 15 years from now, without building the necessary human and technical resources to investigate cases like what my friend mentions on OTAs. Then you will not be able to even investigate them at all. So the arguments that my friend Silva Kayondo made, I don't agree with them. I've told him so many times, but he's entitled to his opinions. So anyway, then to the next step. There is this understanding and, assumption that we don't have a law that we can apply within Uganda's context. No. The COMESA competition regulations apply across 21 countries, and the way the COMESA treaty was domesticated across COMESA region is that the laws that COMESA has have the force of law within the member countries. So whatever problems you find here that have a competition implication can effectively be dealt with by the COMESA Competition Commission. We've dealt with a number of them. We've penalized the Ethiopia Airways for funny things in the market. Even here, we've dealt with the cases of America Tower Company, and when they merged, UCC cleared it, but it didn't meet the baseline for merger according to those regulations. So quickly to what you have said, I think what is going to be important for the industry here, and I'll focus on the industry here because to say regulating OTAs in general does not speak to what I said first. That is to build the market for our SMEs. What we are going to have to do is that the market players have to help, especially from my perspective, the COMESA Competition Commission, because when you talk about OTAs from the global perspective that are conducting themselves in a manner that prohibits our SMEs to effectively compete, then that's a matter that can be dealt with. But then the investigators for these cases are going to be helped to understand things like relevant market. Because without defining relevant market, you are not going to investigate a case. So when we talk about the economy, the market, those are nice English words. When we get to competition regulation, we must define the relevant market. It is when we define the relevant market that we can determine whether an entity's actions in that market substantially lessen competition. Now, substantiality is a problem in Uganda's politics because of elections, but for regulation of competition, we must establish that a particular entity's actions have a substantial effect on lessening competition before we intervene. I can't go into all cases that are being investigated now because of time, but we are investigating the Maersk shipping line, and that case originated from Uganda because the merger took place elsewhere in Europe, but it has an effect on the COMESA players within that industry. We are also dealing with another case, Mogo Asset, you know it. They have very unconscionable terms of contracts, but they operate here, they operate in Kenya, they operate in Tanzania, they are also foreign, I think from Netherlands. So the domicile of the company or the company's domicile does not prevent us to investigate its actions as long as it has business operations in the region. Need I add, I'm being general because the information I have is way too much and I don't want to leave this house uninformed about it. We have preferential thresholds for legal practice. So for instance, when you are filing for mergers and acquisitions at the COMESA Competition Commission, we restrict that the lawyers representing the companies must be from COMESA countries. So for those who miss out on those opportunities, either because you don't know or because you know but you fear, please take advantage of those things. They are not written all over the place. We don't necessarily publish them, but that is a must. We don't permit foreign registered lawyers to operate here within our market. So then the other thing is transboundary nature, because the OTAs are operating across boundaries. So because of the transboundary nature, whether the Competition Act of Uganda applies or not is immaterial. You will employ the COMESA competition law. Why am I not talking about the ESC Competition Act? Two reasons. I have been on that board for 8 years. We've taken 8 years developing regulations, amending the law, but the structure of the EAC is such that the new EAC treaty approached integration from the point of fear, so everything must go to every little minister in every little country and whatever before it's approved. So it takes about 4 years to amend the law. But the one for COMESA works, and it's been updated now to include all these digital markets issues in there. We talked about pricing. Within this OTA, you can actually do a price disaggregation so that you establish price escalation and build up and be able to determine that the end price is exaggerated for the consumers. And maybe I'll conclude with one thing. Yes, I was listening to our chief guest speak. I have taken about 10 years trying to speak to different people in different universities to try to put quite some focus on regional integration and competition regulation, and literally hit a snag. For Utama, I spoke to a man called Eddie Tukamashaba. I am sure he worked there. He was my OB, so we talked about this. I talked to people at MOOBS. They didn't understand what I was saying, so we went slow on that. And yeah, that is why, FLI, that is why we we entered into understanding that probably we deal with more proactive institutes. That's how we affiliated FLI to train competition law in the region. So I will stop there, but if there are any specific issues, they will still fall within this framework, whether it is OTA, whether it is financial services. We've been talking about integration, payment systems. Now, if we are talking about core telephony and then financial services, where is the relevant market for a particular case in point? That's where then we would disaggregate and say, okay, MTN or Airtel is providing financial services. Is the proportion of their financial services market within the financial services environment substantial to justify intervention from the point of view of a competition law enforcement? Okay. Now, the other thing is about regulations. Regulations may take a while to change. Yes, I agree that the provision in the Act was erroneous. It shouldn't have been there because the market changes every day with technology. So you can't ground regulations within the Act. What we do normally is that once we have the regulations, then we develop guidelines which you are able to change even after a week to enable the regulator perform its functions. However, and this is my final remark on the Act, that the Act vests its implementation in the Ministry of Trade. A number of state trading enterprises are created through cabinet decisions. What happens when I'm a Minister of Trade? I've been in cabinet, we've passed a decision, and we have a certain Russian company monopolizing supply of number plates, we can fix the price. Can I actually go back and say this violates the law when I'm part of cabinet because of collective decision making? So there are so many things we can have a discussion around, but I have read this report, I have made my comments on it, and I think it's a good starting point for promoting all-encompassing discussions on competition regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watasa. He has just laid down a couple of so many pointers of discussion. I hope we are able to dig deep into them. And from the point of the relevant markets that you talk about, I would like now to move to Mr. Njenga and raise a question or a case for the consumers. What risk do digital platforms pose to consumers and the market balance?
Thank you. Thank you, Belinda, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to first of all thank Ad Ligo for this engagement and the report, because I think this report will go far in shaping where we are heading. So competition and consumer protection move hand in hand. They are not the same, but one affects the other. If you don't have a very clear competition policy, you may not really regulate consumer protection, or you may not be able to protect your consumers. And therefore, there are so many risks. We have talked about this industry. It's one of the self-regulated industries. Yes, UTB licenses local travel agencies. Some are accredited by the International Air Transport Association, and there are some standards that they meet. But in terms of consumer protection, I think there is a lot to be done. There are so many issues or risks that are on the market, and basically because this is one of the industries that has not been strictly regulated. Now, one of the issues is misrepresentation and inaccurate information. Advertising deals. We don't have standards for advertising. You find you have probably booked something, your travel package online, then you reach and you find alternative expenses that you may need, or maybe you find that there were mistakes towards competition, and I mean towards your booking. Probably the dates were wrong, or maybe and you're forced because of pressure to book alternative places that are expensive. Then there are unclear billings, and that comes with hidden charges. It comes with mysterious charges, which you find out at the end. There are times when I think I interacted with someone, and they had booked a ticket to China, and he had booked with a friend, but the friend booked directly through Emirates. Reached Dubai, the friend's package included a hotel service where they can for the long relay, but for his, he did not have anything on his ticket because he went through an agent. But these are issues that arise from not being properly regulated, and these travel agencies, some of them cannot even attend to your issues. They can't be able to resolve your dispute. They'll tell you go to the office of Emirates, but you paid your money through the travel agent. So there are issues with to do with data protection and cyber issues. I think my colleague Edwin here mentioned extensively the issues of cyber attacks. And you know, Uganda is not party to the Budapest Convention on cyber cyber or data on cyber security, and that brings jurisdictional issues when you're trying to resolve issues with cyber attacks. Because now data protection, these online booking agencies have a lot of your data, and if there is a mistake on their part, and maybe their website is hacked, or there is a phishing that happens. Phishing is someone interrupting the payment and it goes somewhere else, and you'll not be able to book. So the lack of the fact that we are not party to the Budapest Convention, we don't have mechanisms of resolving these issues. If, for example, you're hacked and you've paid your money wrongly to a different company that is somewhere in China or somewhere in India, you may not be able to recover such monies. And these are all consumer protection issues. Because someone has your data, they have misused your data, and probably it has been hacked, and you cannot recover back your money. So all these issues are caused with the online dealings, but you can imagine the lack of a proper regulatory framework to be able to resolve such kind of issues makes it very difficult. Then there are voucher scams. Sometimes they tell you that there is a package. It is very enticing, but you cannot be able to get exactly what has been promised because of some restrictive voucher terms, or maybe some few, they make it look like you cannot recover it because during that period it is a peak period. This package is only available to you in non-peak periods. So these are consumer issues that require redressing by setting standards in a proper regulation. Then bundling. There is a lot of bundling pressure. You find a product is bundled. It's a travel product. It's bundled with something you totally you don't need, or you're not going to ever use. So that is also some kind of scam. They have bundled a product with a service that you do not need, or you'll not be able to or maybe for you to be able to use it, you need to put in some extra costs. So those are also issues. Then I talked about the dispute resolution. Most travel agencies cannot be able to handle your disputes when you have an issue. And you realize this at the final stage when the issue has already happened, and they'll tell you to deal with the hotel or deal with the airline. So there are so many consumer protection issues that are caused because of non-regulation of consumer protection, non-regulation of competition. Yes, as I said, accreditation and standards is not enough, because the reason why travel online booking agencies get that accreditation is not really for the consumer. It is for their own benefit, to be able to get trust from different providers or airlines. So it's not really for the benefit of the person who is paying their money to use this service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Njenga. Now, moving on to the lioness on the panel, be moving to Miss Anita. Now, from an analysis of the challenges that are being faced by the players, which are the service providers, but also looking at how how competition law and regulation also operates, and then bundling in the issue and cry of the consumers, the question now becomes, can Uganda's Competition Act address these various challenges that are prevailing?
Thank you. Thank you, Belinda, and thank you, everybody. Interestingly, this particular panel is unique to the theme, because we've been talking fintech and all that, but we cannot separate digital markets with tourism and travel, as the world is becoming a global village. And for people to access such information for travel and tourism, it's all done online. So delving into today's theme, we cannot deny the strides that OTAs have taken, especially in Uganda, with emerging local players, travel agencies and all that. We have quite a number, Imara agencies, to budget safaris, and international levels, Booking.com, Airbnb. So as a preamble, delving into the question Belinda put across, my colleague here, Michael, really went deep into the challenges in his presentation, and a lot has been said about this law and its challenges from the time we've been here since morning. So I'll go straight into the the challenges vis-a-vis the act at hand. That is the Competition Act 2023. Yeah, so basically the essence of the act is to regulate how all these digital markets and operations are ongoing in our space, in our economy. But remember, it is nationally regulated, but these digital markets of tourism and travel and all that are viewed from an international level and point of view. Okay, so before we go into all this, Silva Kayondo said something about it being a copy and paste. Definitely, like he said, he has his own opinions, entitled to them, but it's not a copy and paste per se, because you get a touch of how things operate elsewhere and you bring it back home. Okay, so like many of the rules have been applied before in different regions. For example, over the past decade, the competition laws and enforcement have played a crucial role in shaping OTAs in places like Europe, where most of them spring, the UK, where most of them spring, and where our law particularly is birthed, you know. So regulators usually look at the challenges and then address them through some of these regulations and boards put across. Examples are in Australia, South Korea, they had challenges over the, what I would call the price parity clause at one point, where all these booking agencies were not allowed to showcase, especially hotels, showcase on, of course, online. For example, rooms, yeah? If you show a room to a certain OTA, you're not allowed to show something like that or even better. So basically, they were dominant and how can I put it, constraining you from advertising on any other OTA. So when they looked into it, of course, with complaints and all, it was quashed and overturned. Regulations like those have been common in outside countries. So seeing it come home is quite historical. It's something we cannot ignore. It's something we cannot downplay and say that regulations are useless, the way Silva was putting it. We cannot downplay it because it's a first on its own, and our OTAs and digital markets are growing, and the world, like I said, is becoming a what? A global village. Okay, so in line to that and the challenges aforementioned that I will not go through, just a minute, I will highlight some of the roles of the lawyers in shaping these regulations, because from the laws, the regulations are made, such as this one. Okay, so the legal professionals play a crucial role in interpreting, implementing, and shaping the future of competition regulation in Uganda. So right now this law has been put out, but how many people are aware of it? How many know what it's actually talking about? How many of these travel agencies can interpret what it says? So the lawyers play a major role in trying to interpret these laws. It's such conferences where we have such key players putting up such conferences to create awareness that people like Imara agencies, budget safaris, the local tourist agencies come to understand and hear of the same. It's usually until they have faced a challenge or have been sued that they come to, to know that indeed there was something like a regulation in the competition law that was passed. Okay, so lawyers help to to make awareness of such regulations, help with the implementation, which is very, very key and challenging in our economy. I think that's why most people think that having regulations is useless. It's not useless. It is rather the implementation that is tricky, given that developing countries generally have general issues with implementing of laws. So the competition law is not any special or different. You will have everyone interpreting it differently. You will have punishments that are not befitting of the crime. You will have, especially on OTAs, because everything is online. The developing country that we are has a lot of issues in that area. People are not computer literate. Some are not aware of the, let me say, the literacy of it. People in rural villages. So an agent can be approached about by someone, maybe a farmer from Chiru who has sold his cows, wants to go have a treat in Dubai, won't know how to go about it, delve into all this. So very few have such information. They'll go online, the urban people, book, do all these hotels, compare prices. But a local person in Chirula, like I said, as an example to the rural villages, will not know how to go about it. So someone mentioned that our challenge is not even limited, but rather the marketing of it all. It is not rather the regulation per se. But still, we cannot ignore the importance of the regulations. However much we may feel that it's a crisis with poor implementation, okay? So some of these regulations are a bit, unrealistic, given the nature of our economy. They do not sit well with what is happening, like they say, on ground. You know, everything is on theory and paper. So the practicality of it, how practical is this regulation? How can we really bring it down to practice in the day-to-day lives of our travel agents? So that too, of course, it has to still go around the challenges with general digital issues, given the nature of our economy. Internet is very expensive. Access is limited. Right now, I don't feel, because we've moved around and seen in developed and better countries where you can access your Wi-Fi and internet at almost every corner of the city. Here, we're among the countries that pay the highest for that. So all those are challenges, and they really come in and kind of take away the essence, and that's why some of the regulations look irrelevant to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think, allow me just chip in a little bit at that point, especially when you talk about the people responsiveness, yes, and then the practicality. Allow me now come back to Mr. Watasa. And my question to you would be, from all that has been explained and unfolding in the entire discussion, do the regulations, starting from and the Act and the laws in place, starting with specifically the Competition Act of Uganda, do they have sufficient tools, or where there are blanks, what are we able to borrow and ride on from COMESA? Because earlier you mentioned that ours on ground may not be well broad enough, but we are lucky to be having well-developed legal opinions and legal frameworks like the COMESA competition law regulations. What is your take on that, on the various tools that are present?
First, permit me to say that some of these things happen because people do a lot of grumbling, not complaining. After spending 2.5 decades in consumer protection, I'll tell you that Ugandans love grumbling. So the difference is very simple. You can go talking about your problem, that is up to you. But if you want it to be dealt with, you are going to file a complaint, because it must be documented, written with proper information that leads me to either find the evidence for you if you don't have it, or you provide the evidence and can be acted on. Now, for the SMEs that are in OTA in Uganda, can we start by them providing a proper, can they start by providing the contracts that they have entered into with the other larger players? Because that's why we start to unpack the contract and see whether the clauses in there are exclusionist. All those things can be established. And this is we've dealt with so many cases at COMESA on digital trading nature. So it wouldn't be new. But someone who is in the industry, who is affected by it, must file a formal complaint with the necessary information. Then the investigation can be commenced, and if there is need for further information, the person will be reached out to. We need to be proactive. Okay, we have a good law. I know that there will never be the best law. You have to start somewhere. We've started there. In this room, all of us are dressed. Tell me how many people are dressed in shoes made in Uganda. So we are in a global economy. We can't come here and begin saying, you know, Uganda's economy is small and small and small. What is small in Uganda's economy is what is big in the rest of the economies around the world. There are so many people who travel in this room. They go outside there and buy a made in China product in a foreign supermarket and come here and say, I can't buy the one made in China from here. But there is a difference because we have lost on regulation. We have permitted our business people to go and pick factory damages from China and bring them here. This law, if it has good regulations and guidelines, can stop that from happening. Because there is a way you frame certain things. If you are going to bring in fake goods, they are going to be cheaper. If you are going to bring in substandard goods, they are going to be cheaper. I can begin to define that as an anti-competitive practice because you are undercutting people who are in the same market with you by bringing something that is underpriced deliberately because its quality is low. So let's not be crying about the law is weak, the law is just a replica. Forget it. Business itself is a replica from Europe to here. So why shouldn't we bring the law from Europe to here? Okay, there are so many areas that I could go into. There are these supermarkets that come here. We were tasked by the summit in EAC to look into the supermarkets that collapsed. They collapsed with a lot of people's money. Peasants, people supplying basic eggs. I wanted to say this when Silva was here. Because they give you a contract and say you will supply us 20 or 200 trays of eggs every week, but we will only pay you after 2 months. Number one, they are trading on your capital. Number two, they are making it difficult for you even to make a profit. If you went to the bank to borrow money, you must supply for 2 months. You understand? And this was happening in all East Africa. So what is the peasant growing tomatoes going to survive on if someone sets up 4 walls and begins taking their goods and giving them conditions such as those? We then developed the EAC retail policy. The reason we need this law is also to be able to implement decisions and policies that are taken at the regional level, like the EAC retail policy. Now, if you don't have a law here and an institution responsible for it, it's going to be difficult for this country to benefit from those kind of interventions. So yes, specifically, the OTA SMEs should take advantage, file their complaint, and they get it dealt with. The clearing agents in Uganda filed a complaint, but they didn't want to be named. Anyway, sorry, I have named them. About a mask. That is why it went into investigation. And then it happens that what happened at that level is that mask merged with another shipping line, and they together control clearing business, logistics, containerization, plus shipping and transportation. So many clearing agents within East Africa were affected by that, and it's under investigation. All I'm trying to say is that there are mechanisms to deal with these issues, at least as of now, that are complementary to the current Uganda's Competition Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is a bit of light and weight lifted, yes, to know that at least there is a way out, because sometimes, as you've said, it is always easier to whine about the problem, whine about it, and keep there. And at this juncture, allow me go back to Edwin. Well, as a key player in the OTS sector, my question to you would be, how can the various available policies or upcoming policies, because we've been told that these are not policy frameworks that will just appear, but they are for a future, and therefore they grow towards what is in place. The question is, how can policy support local OTAs like yours to thrive in such an environment? What are those loopholes they're not answering or paying attention to that they could pay attention to and would help you thrive in a more fair, competitive system?
Well, thank you once again. Talking of the digital space that I would like to share with you, I think first we should start with transparency about the digital algorithms. When it comes to OTAs, like you need to explain to me who is a service provider, a hotel or a tour and travel company. You need to tell me how the algorithm works. Because for example, for those who design websites, if you're dealing with Google, Google tells you that this is how we operate. If you want your website to rank #1, you have two options. You can pay or you can grow organically. So the tables are drawn, you look at the pawns and crowns, and you actually make an informed decision. But right about now, we don't have that. Honestly, you pay the same subscription with other providers, but they rank and you don't. And when you check their policies, that is not provided as well. So basically, we are having OTAs that are operating digitally, but if you read through their policies, actually they are like traditional markets, of which the digital market is totally different from the traditional market. Then, well, the other one, I think we need a digital competition watchdog, specifically to regulate that. We really lack that in Uganda. And when it comes to the available policies, I will talk like a layman and say there's a lot of English. Like we need to understand those policies quite well.
So does that mean that there's not been enough dissemination to the Muntu who is actually going to be using these policies to understand or for whom the policies are designed?
Of course, because now if you look at even the consumers themselves, they don't know about the policies and they think they are not supposed to know. For example, my neighbor here, Michael, talked of the packages. To be honest, I'll just give you an example. We had a problem last week. There's this woman who was traveling with a disability. And we had to explain to her that we have to charge you more because of the leg space, because your specific needs have to be addressed by the airline. But what most of our consumers do, they visit around 5 sites and place the same order and they take the cheapest option, forgetting that there are hidden charges, forgetting that they have specific needs that have to be addressed. Same applies to people traveling with babies. So I think you advise me on this, the data hoarding. Because we are working with these people, they are taking a lot of our data, but when you try, for example, when you're making market research and you ask for that data, they will tell you, no, this is our reserve. This data is ours. We can't provide that to you. And then there's another issue of, I think intellectual property has to be addressed. Nowadays, it's becoming too much. For example, today, even when you place, even if you place your logos into the photos and videos, today there are AI features that can crop that out. And when you try to file a complaint, they tell you, follow your legal framework. And operators in Uganda will tell you that no one within the legal system, most of the times you tell them, they say, oh, talk to police, but police, like, they know nothing about IP. They'll say, what's that? So with that, I would like to thank you.
Quite a challenge, quite a den, quite a situation we're in. But one of the things I get to highlight from his submission is the fact that the policies could be there, but do the people understand them? Who are they designed for? And I think it goes back to the question of what is the target market? Are you looking at the market, or you're concentrating on an economy which is only in your minds and in your scope of understanding, but where key players are not and are not informed about? Yes.
Thank you. Let me just make this one comment. I find this statement everywhere I've been. I started consumer protection when I had black hair, now I'm gray. That consumers must know the policies and know what they provide for. No, we went to school to do things for people that can't understand them. Imagine if everybody was a lawyer, because we need to understand law. We don't do things that way. How many people in this room buy tomatoes in markets? Hands up. When you are buying tomatoes, do you ever find out when they were last sprayed before harvesting? By pesticide? No. The minimum time a tomato should take before it is eaten is 3 weeks. But you go to markets and find tomatoes which have recently been sprayed, they are even still white. People take them home and wash them and eat. They think that they have removed the pesticide residue. No. Pesticide residues go with the time it takes from spraying up to the time you put it in your plate. So, if we who are in this room don't know that one, why do you expect my sibling in the village to understand it? So we should stop this, like consumers must know, police know that it is our responsibility to make sure that markets are clean for consumers, not the other way around. I just feel like we push this too much to consumers. They are ignorant. Yes, they are supposed to be ignorant because we are supposed to know for them. The reason I need a lawyer is because I'm not a lawyer. So you are trying to say that when I need a lawyer, I should go to law school immediately and start studying? No. So let's do things that are good for our economies and forget about trying to think that everybody within the economy must understand the policy, interpret it, and apply it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watasa. I think it deserves another loud round of applause. But also what we get there is why we have important reports, for example, what Ad Ligo is working on, so that the people know where they will need lawyers to come in and support them. So we hope we know where we're driving the traffic, but also creating a market of relevance in one way or the other, if that still seems as working for the people. Now, finally, as we get to a conclusion of this panel discussion, I'll be moving back to Njenga. My question now would be, what role should competition and consumer protection commissions, but also the Ministry of Tourism, because when we look at it, typically it's going to be something that goes to the tourism docket. And looking at the current budget, one of the ATMs that were mentioned, tourism is one of the key points. So how then are we going to, what role does the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, in line with the Ministry of Tourism and ICT as regulators, play in an OTA oversight in such a scenario?
I think much of it has been said already. Some people said here that the problem is not regulation, but how will you investigate? How will you be able to, what is the benchmark for the standards? Who sets the standards? So I think the problem is actually, it starts from regulation. And I'm happy that we have a Competition Act now. We have a Consumer Protection Bill that is being enacted. So once you have, the role of the regulator is to set standards, to investigate these breaches when they happen, and to ensure that at all times the market is checked. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And since our time is fast spent, I'm going to request us to give our parting shots. It could be in form of recommendations or reforms or action points or call to action, or even a look into the report that has been released by Ad Ligo. What could be your parting shots from this panel discussion, but also from this launch? I think I'll start with Miss Anita, and we shall continue in just a minute.
Yes, thank you. I'll first of all go to the legality of it. The most pressing to me as a current challenge is the most pressing challenge is facing the implementation, which was the basis of my presentation of the Competition Act, is the inability to operationalize the law due to the absence of supporting regulations and the timeframes, which I believe Chitaka in his introductory statement addressed. But imagine what happened between that time and before ENS petitioned. I'll not go deep into that. Then one more thing on the level of the local OTAs and travel agencies generally, I personally think that working hand in hand with other entities will help implementation of the regulations that have been made. The Competition Act on its own is useless if the other arms of the law are dormant and docile. You'll report your case, it will not be well handled, the punishment will not be put to the person charged. So we have to work together, being that our economy is still developing, with the entities and all arms of the law and of the government and everything involved have to work hand in hand for the regulations to work.
Thank you very much. I'll now move the microphone back to Edwin, then we shall have Njenga, and finally we shall conclude with Mr. Watasa.
Well, thank you so much. I'll only say that as we are thinking of regulation or regulating the tour and travel industry or the online travel agencies, we should put in consideration the digital landscape. And we should, I forgot the speaker, but someone talked about it, that the digital landscape is very dynamic. So we should prioritize that as well. And I would like to end by thanking Patience, Luke, Nicholas, and Aziz for coming up with this wonderful report. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I want to add my voice to thank the team that really put in their effort, their time, their money to come up with this report. I think you've done something great, and I think this report shouldn't stop with you. It should be submitted to every stakeholder who is responsible for regulation of these particular industries.
Thank you. Yes, the team has done a wonderful job. At some times they have kept me awake up to 2 a.m. online, but I didn't say no. It's a very interesting step, I must say, and for people who are worrying about the act, I want to point out 3 things that should worry you. Number 1, the institutional framework for implementation. One, I've already talked about the constraints that you face when you are in collective decision making about creating state-trending enterprises. The second one is assuming you filed for a merger or an acquisition and you are subject to bureaucracy of government. First, to investigate the implications of the merger, they will have to put in money, a request for money from a vote that has not yet been established, because implementation of competition law doesn't have a vote yet. All right? Now, if the vote is there, then the time it takes to release money is usually how many months? Quarterly, right? Supposing you file your merger when the money has just been released and consumed, you are going to have to wait for 5 months. Which businesses are willing to wait for 5 months to consummate a merger? That's a very long time, half a year. Okay? So that then takes me to the guidelines. So there is financing, there is guidelines. Then assuming that you have received a decision on a merger that you disagree with and you are going to appeal to court, you are going to sue government, right? Because it's implemented by the Ministry of Trade. The conditions around suing government, you lawyers know them better. You're going to have to give a notice. Are you going to sue Attorney General, whatever? So there are a few really ticking points around implementation of the law and its institutional framework that we should be more concerned with than the real text of the law and its implementation. Thank you very much. But finally, anyway, I think now I can, I'm going to begin to submit my retirement papers to the country for consumer protection and competition law, because finally there are at least 20 or 30 people who are half my age who are now championing this cause. I have been alone for a very long time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And well, one thing I would like to say, and has been re-echoed here, is that the digital space is a multifaceted and quite dynamic space that sometimes regulating, because of its cross-border nature and it being ambiguous becomes hard to contextualize but also operate in. And therefore, I would like to credit and give thanks to the great team that has thought about these thought-provoking and intriguing topics of discussion, because before we have not been having people drive more attention there. And I think as my former dean at Gulu University, Dr. Sadat made mention that we need some of these things to be taught so that from as you grow in your system, it is easier to adopt, for example, competition law than find it out right now or try to figure out what exactly you need to map out and understand about it. So I do believe that this report is going to move places and steer discussions and processes, but also call to actions in different spaces. And we do believe for the best of it, and we are ready to see you shine, clap, and continue to say we were there at the launch. Thank you very much. Well done to the wonderful panel. Thank you for the great job you have done, and may the good Lord bless you.
Wow, thank you so much. A hand clap for them, please. Very awesome. You're very, 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 very appreciated for everything. We shall take a group picture of the panel. We shall also welcome Alba Advocates that sponsored this particular panel. A representative therefore will come and take a picture with the beneficiaries. Thank you. So let's take a picture. Just rise. The camera. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Nantale. You've done so well. We thank you so much for everything. We appreciate, and we shall take home whatever we have learned from today. Thank you so much. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of this function today. We are so honored to still be together from morning. We are so grateful because the topic, or rather the discussion, is very mind-provoking, like has been said. Belinda, thank you so much. You've done so well. We appreciate. We want to thank you. We want to thank those that are online as well. Some take homes for the discussion today. A few, just that the act alone is something good. There is always somewhere to start. We cannot wash it away, neither can we wish it away. It is already something that has sparked discussion. We are also aware that it requires a lot to be done, of course, and including continued partnerships. We are hoping that we can use this opportunity to start to work together. We can see there are so many law firms that are here with us sponsoring. There are some private companies that are sponsoring and partnering. So we also realize that it affects everybody, because the consumers are not necessarily lawyers alone. In fact, the consumers are the public, which brings us to what was stated recently about the target market. The target market is everybody, regardless of your profession. You'll grab a bike. At some time, I have a Leica line, and sometime I realized I was the only one who was my Leica line in a very big population, and I couldn't call anyone. But at least I realized, okay, Aziz will help me. And I talked to Aziz, and Aziz is here now helping me as a consumer, because, you know, they are also a telco, but they don't have the space to compete, just because of what we discussed earlier on. The other that we need to appreciate, of course, is the constraints, which are very many, but it also means that we have more work to do. And just like Mr. Watasa has said, half his age, we are proud that we have added at least one more gray hair inside there to allow you to spend your nights with us, but also to thank you for your grand piece of work, and also promise you and commit that these 20 that you've said, we're going to double. We're going to make sure that we give it more effort and help you to carry on the mantle from where you stopped. And then prioritizing digital landscape, we are going to try to see as much as possible that that percentage that is in the digital space is increased. But of course, that also requires that the public is knowledgeable of the benefits and the beauty about the digital landscape. Like it has been said, very simple to get transport, very simple to get foodstuffs at your own place. But it also means you need to be tech savvy. So it's a call unto all of us. Very importantly, we want to thank, of course, Ad Ligo for everything that they've done. And a lot has been done. We cannot overly thank you. We want to thank the support team, the technical team behind there, led by Drake. This is very, very important. We're trying to go digital, so we have our online followers. We have a very, very big following. I think we're now at 300. Did you reach there? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for those that are following us. And then we want to thank, of course, the Uganda Law Society that is being headed by the most perpendicular and radical new president, Isaac K. Semakade, Senior Counsel, who is in representation, of course, of the Vice President who walked in as we were in discussion. He is also very, very busy. He jetted in just this morning at 9 a.m. His itinerary was actually changed from yesterday, rather from tomorrow to today, because he had to attend this function. This is very important, and would like to thank you, Mr. Vice President, for making it for this function. We thank God for journey mercies, and we shall hope to hear from you shortly. We'd also like to thank every member that has been able to make it here, regardless of portfolio and identity. We shall not take it for granted. Your time alone is as valuable as your presence, and we want to thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move to the second last agenda item, which is to hear from the Vice President of the Uganda Law Society with his remarks in regard to the function. Ladies and gentlemen, Counsel Anthony Asimwe.
Thank you, Robert, for those quite flattering remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Governing Council for the Radical New Bar and the Secretariat at the Uganda Law Society. And they really send their regards. They are here with you in spirit. As we come to the close of this important event, allow me, on behalf of the Uganda Law Society, to extend our heartfelt appreciation to Ad Ligo and all the partners who made this launch possible today. Also allow me to report that when the Uganda Law Society was approached by Ad Ligo to partner, it was a no-brainer, because what they are doing falls directly within, what we are pushing for. One of our core values are the 4 Ds, which is digital transformation. Because of the era and the period, that is why it was very easy to partner with Ad Ligo. That is why we've been working with them, and that's why we are ready to partner with them all the way and support them in whatever they are doing. Now, this report, which was launched today, Digital Markets Competition Regulations in Uganda, the Future, is very necessary in a disruptive age, which we are living in currently. In a rapidly evolving digital economy, it is crucial and very critical that we create laws which focus on the principles of fairness and consumer protection. This document is a contribution to policy thinking and a guide for legal and regulatory reform that is both forward-looking and grounded in reality. As the Uganda Law Society, our statutory mandate under Section 3E of the Uganda Law Society Act, CAP 305, calls us to support government and the courts in all matters affecting legislation and the administration and practice of law. It is in this spirit that we applaud Ad Ligo for putting together this report and shedding light on a very important area of law, digital market competition. Just as I was following the discussion, it appeared that these are new areas of discussion. Not so many lawyers, not so many members of the public will actually step up to make these discussions, because it is a new area. It is still a gray area. So it is not something we should take for granted that we have young minds that can come up and think like this, because we feel this is also, it adds to our mandate. It gives us, some kind of support and courage that we are able to contribute to the growth in legislation in this country, specifically in a progressive manner, focusing on what is at stake, what is important at the time. The digital space in Uganda, just like the presenters were saying, remains largely unregulated. And while it presents immense opportunities for growth and innovation, it also poses significant risks, such as monopolistic practices, exploitation of consumers, and exclusion of smaller players from the ecosystem. You've had the challenges that have been shared. The smaller players who cannot compete will not see the light. They will die when they are still struggling. I had an example that was given by Robert with a telecom company, simply because they are not able to compete at the rate of the other bigger companies. Then they are not going to be able to participate or to contribute just like others are doing. They will lose business. They will not grow just like the rest, simply because of this issue. Now, this is why we feel policy conversations such as the one we've had today are critical. And I like the closing remarks of our senior member of the panel, who tells us that he's going to hang up his shoes so that the young generation takes over. Imagine we did not have such an opportunity of these conversations. We would have missed out a lot on this kind of, knowledge, because I'm very sure over 2.5 decades, he must have tried to speak to, the public or the members who are willing to listen. But again, most of that knowledge must have been either in the boardroom or in an office, and in making sure that he does the shaping of the future, which most people have not been able to benefit from. But for today, we've had this opportunity. And these are the conversations we need to focus on, because they are very important for the future. They ensure that as we move forward, we are not just embracing technology, but doing so in a way that is ethical, inclusive, and fair. That is why we have to discuss regulation. That is why we discuss legislation and all these aspects and policies that can create a healthy environment for competition. To the team at Ad Ligo, congratulations on this milestone. The quality of research, the clarity of thought, the courage to venture into this complex space as a relatively young organization is truly commendable. We do not take that for granted as the bar, as the Uganda Law Society. Your contribution to legal policy development and public interest dialogue is deeply appreciated by the Uganda Law Society and the general public. We do not really take this for granted, and we do congratulate you upon stepping into this, wearing the big shoes, going to spaces where people fear to go, where people dread to even try. But the fact that you've put in this, you've put in your time, you've developed that courage to take on this, huge and immense discussion and development, and taking lead. I know the future is bright for this team. As we live here today, let us continue to reflect on how we can contribute to shaping the future of Uganda's digital economy, whether as regulators, legal practitioners, innovators, or consumers. We all have a role to play in ensuring that the digital markets of tomorrow are fair, competitive, and centered on the rights of all Ugandans. We focus more on the rights of each and every citizen. It's what people in the other field call the human rights approach. And the fact that we're bringing it in this area of the digital space, the digital era where everything is being digitalized, it's a very important step. Thank you once again for this initiative to be part of this launch. We look forward to continuing the conversation and collaborating further on the intersection of law, technology, and innovation. As you have noticed, following these footsteps, and why I said Uganda Society, we are so intentional when it comes to digital transformation. You must have noticed that we actually we are moving towards that in an intentional manner, whereby our usual annual conference is now, we're now calling it, we are actually going to have the inaugural Digital Tech Festival. These are the minds we need to profile. These are the innovations. These are the people, the young lawyers, the young minds. We need to give space out there to portray and showcase what they are able to do, so that the minds of other people, the minds of other practitioners begin switching to enter into where we are headed. Because I can assure you, the digitalization, there's no going back. It is where we are headed, and we must all embrace this. But as the legal profession, it is important that we focus on ethics and integrity, as we take on, as we embrace this new development. Thank you very much, and I wish you the best.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. We pray that the Lord will bless you in your endeavors. We thank you for making time. We thank you for the wisdom that you've shared. We thank you for representing the Uganda Law Society so well. We pray that the Radical New Bar be blessed with more life. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to a close of this function. We want to take the honor to thank you once again for your time and for everything that has been discussed. We are going to use this last opportunity to take a group picture as we come to the close of the day, and the Ad Ligo team will come and help to facilitate that function, the last one. Would we please come forth? We know there is a lot more to be done by other people individually. Would like to thank you so much. Patience.
Good afternoon. It's a privilege to have all of you here. We thank you for coming. We thank you for participating. For those who are on the panels, we thank you so much. As you've earlier heard, we are relatively a very young organization. For us to see this kind of support, we are really so grateful. Drake and your team, you're the best. We appreciate so much. That the team at Fairway, we are grateful. Thanks for our meals. Most importantly, we thank you people who have come here. You've spared your time. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being part of our growth journey, because advocacy work is not easy. It's not easy. It's a very tough road. But for us to organize this and have you come, it means a lot to us. Thank you for being part of our journey, for being part of our growth. We are so grateful. We are going to have a photo moment for social media, for remembrance, so that one day when I'm like Mr. Wakasa, I can give testimony that this was our first policy launch. So we need the photos. I need to tell people I know the vice president of ULA, so I need evidence. So I think we should organize ourselves and come here for a photo moment to show people. I don't know. I think all of us can come here so that we have.
Let's please just make it fast. Just come and line up over here. Take a picture so that we can release you, please.
I think Mr. Waters and the Vice President should be at the center, because we all need to claim to know them. Associate Professor, I see you're still around. Mr. Cheyune, I see you're still around. Our sponsor, how can you leave our sponsor behind? You can't leave our sponsor behind. I'm looking for the ED, Mr. Chitaka. Very important man in the room. We thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director, for your contribution to jurisprudence.